Learn how to use the PyQt5 framework to create a modern music player. PyQt5 makes it easy to create GUI applications with Python. In this course, Thomas Burns will teach you how to create a music player that features a beautiful and modern user interface, playlist and favorite songs functionality, custom context menus for different pages, and a background slideshow for every song. So let's start learning.
Hello everyone, my name is Thomas, and in this video, you and I are going to build the most advanced and modern Python music player you can currently find on YouTube. Let us look at what you are going to build because it looks like I'm bragging about it so much. This is what we are going to build. You can see that the interface is fully customized and it doesn't have the default title bar, it's a custom title bar. This is where the song that is currently playing will have the name displayed and then the path to that particular song. You can add that song to your favorites or a particular playlist that you have created. This is the volume control, which I would like to bring down to about 20 now. And these are playback controls. You can see the beautiful hover effect that each of them gives on their hover. And this one is the loop one song, and then this is the random play or the shuffle. This is our music slider. And then this is the default song list page. That is when we load songs, this is where they will come. And then this button will help us to add songs. This one helps us to delete, and then this one helps us to delete all. But if you look down here, you can see that there are some 3 buttons here. What they do is to navigate between several pages in the application. So if I click on playlist now, you see that the playlist page opens. And then I have some playlists here that I created. You can actually create your own or remove selected or remove all. I think at this point I may have to remove all playlists and then we'll create some from scratch. If I come to favorites too, I have some songs in favorites that I can actually click and play. So if I click on this one and then hit play, so the song is playing and then the slider is also moving accordingly. Let me stop it. And oh, not 0. So let's come to the playlist side and then let's see if we want to create a new playlist. Let me just say new one. And then I can right click on it and then you see load selected, but it doesn't have any song. So, but if I double click on it, sorry, this one went to the second screen. If I double click on the playlist, it pops up, a small window pops up, which will show me all the songs in the playlist. You see that currently there was no song in the playlist, but if I come to song list and let's load some songs. Let me load these my songs here, and then I can choose to play it. It will work as you have seen. And if you also noticed, when I click to play a new song, the background picture changed. So this application has background slideshow for every song that you play, and that is a very, very cool feature that you are going to build. So if I press on the next, check it, so you see that the background picture will change to a new picture. I press next, and then automatically knows how to go to the first song when it reaches the end of the list. And that is also another very cool feature. But if I want to add this particular song to playlist that is playing, this one that is highlighted, I just click on add to playlist. Currently, there's only one playlist that I have, new one, so I click on it and then OK. It looks like nothing has happened, but let me just pause this song and then come here to playlist. When I double click, I don't know why this one always comes to the second screen. When I double click, you see that that song, Raising Me Higher, that I added has been, is showing here. So we know that that song is in that particular playlist. And if I also decide to add the song that is playing to favorite, currently it is not playing. Let me play it again. So that is Raising Me Higher that is playing. It's not part of our favorites. If I click on add to favorites, I see it here in real time. So this is what we are going to build. If you are excited about it, just hit the like button and then share it to your friends who also might be interested. Okay, so let us get coding. Before we start, I want you to visit this GitHub repository, which the link will be in the description below. You will see that there are 2 branches, the starter and then the main. The main will have the complete application. The starter has the files that we need to get started. Be sure that you're on the starter branch and then clone the repository into any editor of your choice. I'll be using PyCharm for this tutorial as you saw. So any editor of your choice, and then let's get started. So when you clone it, this is what you see the file and folder structure here. The utils folder just contains a folder for the background images. And the images too that have been used in the app, or let's say that the icons themselves also. And then you see here that there is a main.ui file, and then the music.ui, there's the readme, and then the res.qrc. So this tutorial is targeted for beginners also. So if you are beginner to the PyQt framework, it's also a right place for you to be. And I will explain everything as you need to know. So this is always the directory where my folder, my project is, sorry. And if I want to open the terminal here, okay, so this is a terminal. I will be using the Windows terminal, the Git bash one. If you don't have this option that says open in terminal, probably you have not installed the Windows terminal, you can go ahead and install it. Or if you're on Windows, you can just click this address bar and type cmd. That should open command prompt for you in that particular directory. And so that should also do, but I prefer this terminal, so that is what I'll go with. The only requirement after having Python installed is to have PyQt5 and then PyQt5 tools installed. So if you do pip list, whether you are using a virtual environment or you are using your default Python, if you do pip list, you should see that PyQt5 and then PyQt5 tools are all installed. Great. If you don't have it, it's quite simple. You can just do pip install and then PyQt5. Please check the casing, is very necessary. You leave a space and then PyQt5-tools. You see that I have it, so it says requirement already satisfied. So let's clear up this thing. And let me come back here. You see the main.ui file, that is the URL file that we'll be using. The reason we install the PyQt5 tools is that so that we get access to the Qt designer that we can use for the designing of our UI. There are two options for even for the UI for you to choose from, and I'll show you and I will tell you the difference very soon. But if you are looking to learn more on how to use the Qt designer and even PyQt itself, you can check out my channel. That is Tommy's Codebase. I have great tutorials on PyQt5 and other stacks that you might be interested in, especially if you are into this software development stuff. Okay, so the Qt designer, usually some time ago, I used to type designer. Designer.exe or without the exe, and I was able to open it straight from my terminal, but now it doesn't work. I don't really know why, whether I did some configuration that I've forgotten. So I will show you how to get access to the Qt designer after installing it with the PyQt5-tools. You would want to go to where your default Python, where your Python is. So if you installed it on your default Python, like I did, I have it on my default Python, I'm not using a virtual environment. Then you want to go to where your Python is installed on your PC. So if I should open a new window here, let me paste this address. This is where my Python is. Usually it will be at local C users and then your username. Mine is Tommy, and then app data, local programs, Python. For the Windows people, if you're on Mac or Linux, I think it should be easier also to locate where your Python was installed. If you have problems with that, you can do a quick Google search and then you get to this place where I am. I only have one version of Python 3.8, so you just click on that one. And then you come to this place where you see lib and those one. Let's just click on the lib. The one with the capital L. There are two there. Okay, the one even has an S, but this one is only lib. And then from this place, you come to Sites Packages. When you come to Sites Packages, come to Qt5 Applications. And then from here, go to Qt, and then go to the bin folder. Here you see a couple of files. We are not even interested in any of them. What we need is the designer.exe. This one, you double click it. And then it will open this interface for you. So what you want to do to save yourself from coming through all this stress to open the designer is that you can right click on it on your taskbar. You can't see my taskbar at the moment, but If you right click on it, you will have the option to pin it from taskbar. You see that mine has already been pinned to the taskbar. So if I unpin it, then I can right click on it and pin it to the taskbar again. So that to be on the taskbar, anytime I need it, I can close it now. And then anytime I need it, I can just open it from my taskbar. I think I didn't pin it back. So let me open it from here. Okay, pin. And then let me make sure that it's pinned. Okay, so if I close it now, I will not open it from this folder. Let me close it and then open it from my taskbar so that I will not go through so much stress again. So after that, you have this opened in your taskbar. What we want to do is to open the UI file and then do the inspection. So here you go to open because you actually want to open a file. I'll paste in the address to where the file is. That is where my project is. So that is the address to where this folder is. That is what I've opened. So let's first inspect the main. And then this is it in Qt Designer. If you are new to this, this shouldn't be so difficult to grasp. It's just that the widgets are here. When we say widgets in PyQt5 or Qt is just the other the things that you use to build your app. So the buttons, the slider, and everything that you see on this screen is a widget, the text and all. And this is where our object inspector is. We can look at all the widgets we have added, the names and the classes of each of them. And the property editor is where we edit the properties of any particular widget. So if I pick this song list widget, so that I can edit the properties of that. And then we have the resource browser that contains if we have any resource file, yes, we do have one for this project. And that is what is also the QRC, this one, res.qrc. And I really encourage you, if you are PyQt, use PyQt, I encourage you to use the resource file instead of just the raw path to the images or the icons that you use, because it comes with so many advantages. One of it is that if you are even on a different operating system, to be easier to run the application without any errors. And then if you are also packaging it, you don't actually even need to add the images to it. You can do away with the images, and then once you convert it to the resource file to a Python file, you can even delete all the images if you want to, and then your app will still be running. Okay, so the resource file was just, if you don't know how to create it, you can just click on this pencil and then it will bring up the resource file. It automatically picked it from the directory where it is. I just added the images that are in this images folder here. Let me cancel this operation. So I just added them so that we can reference them in our application. There is also some actions that I wrote because we will, along the line, if you saw the demo, I right-clicked on something in the playlist and a pop-up came. So the context menu, as it is called, we were using actions to create them. So these are the actions that are in the application, the action to play, pause, and all the other default stuff that music players do. There is also the signal and slot editor where I've created a few signals. So if you see this one, it says the volume dial. This is the volume dial. I've made it such that if it is moved, then I want to change the volume label to the particular number that so if this is moved, this is a label on top. You can see I click it, you see that the bounding box has come, and then it's different from the dial itself. I just put it on top of it. So what I'm saying here is that if the slider is moved, this handle is moved, you should get the value that it has been moved to. I set the minimum to 0 and then the maximum to 100, as you can see here. So if you move it, you should get the value that you are currently on and use it to set the number on this label. And then this minimize button at the top here too, this one. If I said that if it is clicked, then it should show the app minimized. If and the close btn2, if it is clicked, it should close the app. These ones, so that we don't bother ourselves writing extra code for them. It can easily be done here. So this is the UI. It has this title bar, what we will use for our default title bar, because you realize very soon enough that we need a title bar to move the app around. And so we remove the default one, so we have to create our own. And it's called title frame, inside of which there is the name mbeats. My friend called Augustine suggested it. And So that the frame will help us move our app. And then this is the currently playing. This is place where our song name will go. These labels, each of them, when you click on them, you see that their names are here. If you go ahead and modify this file, because obviously my colors may not be the best, and make sure that the names that if you change the names of the labels and any of the widgets, make sure that you keep it in mind, because that is what we are going to reference to in PyCharm when we are writing the code. So just be careful of that. And you see, this is where the playback controls are, the hover effect, everything is done with style sheet. If I right click on one of them and go to change style sheet, you see that I can add CSS to this particular widget. That is what makes this Qt so powerful. One of the things, let me say, that makes Qt very powerful. You can add CSS styling to any of the widgets. You see these colors, they're all CSS that are used. So when it is hover, just change this background color, and all that. And if you are wondering where the rounded corners of the hover is coming from, you see that this place, there's no border radius there, but it is inheriting from this parent that is inside. So that is very, very cool. So it's inheriting from this border radius of the parent. And this is the slider, has also been customized with some CSS just to look like this, because the raw one doesn't look like this at all. You see that I have to get the groove and then the handle. If I should change any of these colors, let me go for the groove. The alpha is 100. Let me make it 255. So that's before. When I click on apply, so that it changes this color here. So I'll obviously not like it this way. So let me cancel out of it. And yeah, so you can choose to customize it as you want. If you go to the next page of this stack widget, is this a stacked widget? Then you can see the playlist page and also the favorites page. But the page that you leave this thing on and save the file, it is the default page that will render when you convert it to Python code. So we want to keep it to the song list page. This button is the one that opens files. You see that each of them has, when you come to the property editor, it has its icon linked as a resource file. So we just have to save the resource file and then we will be good to go. The background image also is here. And then the overlay is also there. There is an overlay. If you open in one of the images, you see that the color is not really dark like this, or at least, and it doesn't have any overlay like this on it. This overlay is also another picture in the files that just gives our apps an overlay like this. It even factors in the title frame also. And if I go ahead and preview this, you will see that, so let me preview in Fusion style, my favorite. You see that there's a default title, but this doesn't look like the one you saw in the demo. I cannot maximize this, but in case you want to make it responsive, that is where you use layouts and frames, all of this in PyQt5, the containers in PyQt5 to make it responsive. But because of the fixed size of the background image and the overlay image that has to be on the background image, if I try to set a layout for this central widget, which should make the app responsive, then it will just mess up everything. So if I just show it now, it's that everything now is messed up. Let me just close it and pretend that I didn't do this. So I can open recent and then we have it back. So that is why I couldn't make this one responsive. And that is the reason there's another file in there called music.py, music.ui. This one looks exactly like this one, but doesn't have a background image. If the background image goes off, then we solve that issue, because now I can make the central widget, give it a layout. And if I go to form and then preview, you see that I can maximize it. If I maximize it now, you see that it's actually full screen. So you can do that and maximize it. But here, you not get the background slideshow. So if you like it this way, I think some of our icons are missing. You can let's just fix them. If you like it this way, then you can of course go with it. But if not, if you want the background slideshow, then you have to stick with the old UI. Let me fix this one so we can. So where is the icon? No, I'm not looking for the frame. I'm looking for this one. Okay, so choose resource. Why it always goes to the second screen? I can choose this one. Okay, and we'll use the same thing here also. Okay, so it looks nice. Okay, so these changes will be pushed. Probably the starter file will not have it, but the finished one will have it. So if I go ahead and preview, you'll see that they are all there beautifully. So depending on which one you want, you can choose between the two, but anyways, you still have a great application. So that is it about the Qt Designer. If you want more tutorials on that one, you can check out my channel. I have a great project that make use of Qt Designer and PyQt5. So we can build those things from scratch. Okay, let us now design the UI. The UI file we use is the main.ui. So this new one that we will create, I will call it probably test or any other name. It will not be pushed to GitHub. That is because I will delete it afterwards. Is this just to show you how to design the UI? But this is what we'll use. Everything will look exactly like the main.ui, just that we'll use this one and I'll delete that one afterwards. As I said, the purpose is to show you how to design the UI. So let us come back to Qt Designer, and in here, let us make sure if you don't have this window, come to this, the new icon here. Make sure it's on main window and then click on create. The first thing we want to do, let me bring this one up, is to give our app a name. So we click on the main window, the Q main window here, and come down to this place. In the property editor, you find window title. You see that currently the window title here is main window. You find window title which you can call advanced. Music player, and that should change it for you. You see that changes in real time. We also have to name our class itself. So that's when we come here, the object name. So you see the object and then the object's class. So the object name should be UI. No, should be music app. Sorry, music app. The UI is added there automatically. And you know that you cannot give space in here. If you want to give a space, it will not really allow you. So that becomes the name of the class. If you come back to PyCharm, okay, when we convert it, you get to know what this one is. Usually to add UI to it, and then that will be the name of the class that you will call in PyCharm. And so we want to also set the size of this, but before then, let me try and save it. So as I said, let me call this one, or instead of test, let me call it main_1. That is so close and far better. And we have all the images in that particular folder. But before we move on, also resize, let us create the resource file. Come to the resource browser, click on this pencil icon, and then you click on this button here to create a new resource file, which we'll also call res1. And then after that, you just select this one and you add prefix. In case your icons are grouped, maybe you group them into the categories, you can use the prefixes to determine that, but we will only use one prefix, which will be img. And once you add the prefix, now you can come here, this button, and add files. And that is where we want to go into our utils and then images, and then select everything that is here and click on open. So it will add all of them here for us. And then we have to click OK. You can see down here that all of them have been added and ready for our use. Great. So the size of our application will be 800 by 550. So because this one will not be resizable, we will make the minimum size and the maximum size to be the same so that the user cannot resize it. So that will be 880 rather by 550. We are doing that in light of the size of our background image. Now it has been resized for us. In fact, if we preview it, I can go to top here and preview my favorite style fusion. See that I cannot resize it. But if you change the size now, you can actually resize it. Okay. The first thing is for us to add the background image. So let us bring in a label. So you come to this widget box here. Usually it becomes difficult to scroll through and find. If that happens, you can come to the top here and type in whatever you are looking for. So if I'm looking for a label, I type in label and I bring it in. Make sure you resize the label to fit the size of the app like this. And you can right click here and then remove status bar. We don't need the status bar. We also don't need this menu bar. So right click at the top and then remove it. And now when you select the label like this, you can make sure the label is selected. You can even see here. So here we can now give it a name, and the name will be background underscore image. That will be the name, and we will come down inside the property editor for that background image, and we will be looking for pixmap. This pixmap is what we use to set an image inside the label. So this one, it will not be a resource. We'll choose file for this one and come back by one, go into the BG images and then choose any of these which I prefer the first, and you will see that you have it in here. Usually it will not really try and fit in, but you can click on skilled content and then you see that once you click on skilled content, it will automatically fill in the available space. And that is exactly what we are looking for. Great. So now that we have this one, we have to bring in another label on top of this. Make sure to resize it. You may not really see my transform controls because of the screen, but if you are doing it at your end, you see some blue nodes at the edges that you can use for the resizing. So this one will be the BG overlay. I can actually also rename it at the top here. You can also do it here. BG overlay, and that one too, we give it a pixmap, choose file, and then the overlay is also part of the stuff here. So you can choose that one too. And then once again, we click on scaled contents to have it scale up. And so now our background is complete. The next thing is to build the widget at this right side that has the details. So that's one, what we can do is to bring in a frame. So we are looking for a frame, just like this, and then we put it in. Or we should start building the top first. So it will still be a frame, just that move it up and let it fill this black section of the BG overlay image, because we want to use this part for our title frame. Okay, so let's give it the proper name, not just frame, but let me do it the proper way. Not just frame, but title frame. That is great. And inside this title frame, we will have a label. So let's just search it up, label. The first label, let us delete the text from it, and that one will be the icon. We don't really need it at the inside PyCharm, so you can choose to leave the name like this, but if you still want to rename it, that is completely fine. So I'll go ahead and then choose But this time around, I'll come into the images and get this app icon like this. So it will give me the app icon also, which I can put somewhere here. And then the next label we need is for the name of the application, which we will also not need inside PyCharm. So we can choose not to give it any name here. You can just leave it at the default label 2. And then here I can type my name, Pete. You can choose your name as you like. And so you click on it, make sure it's selected, and then come to this place where you see font. Let's change the font size to something large. I think 15 is okay. And you can choose to make it bold also. And then right click on it and choose change style sheet. That should bring up the style sheet editor. This place we can, if you want to add a resource, you can add a resource. If you want to even add a gradient, you can add a gradient. But this place we want to add color. If you want to add a color, you can pick any of these colors or even pick a screen color and then add it. But that is not what I'll do. I already have the color. And so I'll paste the color in here. The color is this RGB code. So when I apply, you see that it has changed the color for me. Okay. The next thing to do is to bring up the minimize and then the close buttons, which we can, those ones will not be labels, those ones will be buttons. So push button, this one, and you bring it in. And so you can double click on the button to delete all the text. And then this one, we will give it a name of minimize BTN. And then okay, I think we can just put, no, this one we will give it a pix map. We will not put the hyphen, we give it a pix map. So come to icon, and then you can choose resource for this one. Because of the background part, it's difficult to get that one. Okay, so that's the min.png I was looking for. And you can choose to increase the icon size. So if we go to say 24 and then 24, I think that should just be okay. And we have it then that way. But you could see that on the finished one, the background was not there. So let us apply style sheets to remove that one. So right click and then change style sheet. And then in here, we will have to type some CSS. So we have first to get the class, which is kill, push button. I can't really maximize the font inside here. But I just hope that you see it. In case you don't, you have access to the file. You can do the inspection at your end. So that will be kill push button. And then we can say that the background color, we want to take the background color off. So one of the tricks to do that is to just give it an RGBA. We can choose to make it any color, just that the alpha should be 0, and you know that one will not show the color at all. So if we choose to make it white, which is 255, 255, 255. And then we can click on apply. You see that it applies it, and we can't even see the minimum again, the sign. But if we add the alpha of 0 and click apply again, you see that the background is gone because we are not showing the color at all. So that is one of the tricks to how I did the background color not showing. And then we can also bring up other things like the hover effect. So I can just copy that one I have up there, paste it down here. But after the kill push button, I just, like CSS selector, I select the hover, and then when it is hovered, that one, I will not make it 0, I will make it like 130. So if I click on apply, it will not work in here, but Now, when I close the style sheet and I hover over it, you see that the style has been applied. Let's come back to our style sheet. And so we can also give it some pressed effect. So that one too is a push button. And then if it is pressed, the background color should be the same. So by the border style should be insert. And then we also want to make the color black but 100%. But I don't think that will really work because this is an image. If it was the text that we put there, like the hyphen, that would have worked, so we can skip that part. It's not really needed here. But we have to also apply a border radius, so we can say border radius of 10 pixels. And then apply it, and then okay. So when we hover over it, we see that particular border radius over there. So what we can do now is to copy this one by Ctrl+C. If you're on Mac, Command+C should do, and then paste it in. Please make sure that it is still indented inside the title frame. That is very, very necessary. But this one, we will call it not minimize btn2. I think this one, the name was even, the n was double. Delete one from it. And this place, we will call it close btn. So for the close btn, let's first change the icon. Choose resource, and that is quit.png. And that one, we now have to just change the style sheet and make it red when it is hovered. So once again, I have that color, which is 255 for the red, and then 20 for the green, and then for the blue, let's make it 12. The alpha this time around should be 200, and that should do. And yep, that is all that we need. The background color, I think it should be the same for this side also. So we can just copy this value here and then paste it in. Okay. So now you see that you have that beautiful hover effect also. But we have to now try and bring them to the end as much as we can. Okay, so our title bar is done. Let us now bring in our frame. Let's position it anywhere at the top left. And this frame too, let's give it the style. Sorry, change style sheet. For this one, we want to give it a background color. And of course, you can select the color from here. So in this case, I'll select the color from here. But the alpha, let's make it 150. And then apply. So you see that the background color is there. And we can add our border radius of 10 pixels. So border radius of 10 pixels. Apply, and that one too is applied. So let us add the text inside. That one will be a label. You know, there's an icon and then currently playing at this side, and then there is, if I open up the main one, where is it? This one. See, there's an icon here that's currently playing, and then the other one before the other ones come. So this label, this one is a label, this one will also be a label. So all these ones will be labels just like that. So let us bring in a label. We will not use it in Python, so we can just choose to forget about that one. But if I bring it here, you can see that it's inheriting from the parents, and it's also getting some background and all those ones. So what we will do is that we change the style sheet specifically for this label, and let's say that the color, background color, even if whatever it is, we want the alpha to be 0, because this one shouldn't have a background. And then, okay, the border radius, we can leave it. It will not really matter. It will not even show. So now let's bring it here and then select, where's our pix map? You can choose a resource, and the name is current, can't see it for, I think currentmusic.png. So you select that one, and you will see that it is so large and you have to expand it before we see. So how we can go about fixing it, I'm sure you've already guessed it, is to click on the scaled content, and that will scale it inside whatever parent it is in. So we can put that one at this side, and then let us just duplicate. Okay, we will not duplicate it. Let's bring another label, and then call the text inside currently playing. Okay, let's resize it. Go into the style sheet like this, and then set the background color to invisible. Okay, and then let's come up here for the font size. Let's bring it up 15 we'll do, and then let's make it bold. For the color also, it will inherit from this MB, so I think I can just open the style sheet and then copy the color for it. Or equally, I can right click on it like this, change style sheet, and then for the color, I'll pick a screen color. So I'll pick this screen color from the B, and then I'll give it to this one also. So apply, okay, and then that one too shows. Okay. So now we have this one too at the top there. What we need to do again, usually sometimes it's difficult to get to arrange these things. Okay, I think that this is okay with me. Bring it down. Okay. So we need another label that says name, very close to this currently playing. So we can actually copy this and then paste, and then come in here and just change this one to name. And then I'll duplicate it again, but not now. I can now change it. Let me take the bold off, bring the font size down to maybe 14. I think I need the bold back. Okay. If you want it, fine. If you don't, also, that is completely fine. So I'll duplicate this one too again. And then this time around, I'll put it down here and say, song name goes here. Expand it to fill. And this one, you have to make it white. So go to the style sheet, and then from the color, we delete this one. Go to add color, choose this white, and then okay, so apply, and then that is it. And then we repeat it for the song part also, but before then, let me change the name of this one to current_song_name. And so after that, I can select the two of them by holding Control, Command on Mac, and then I can paste them down here. And this one will be path. And then finally, this one will be song path goes here. Okay, that is great. I think we have to increase the size of our frame a bit. So song path goes here. And this one will be current_song_path. Then we are left with the two buttons, the add to favorites and then add to playlist. So let's bring up a push button, put it here, and then automatically it inherits from the parent, but we'll change things very soon. So let's just go ahead and then do the styling before we even put the icon there. So change style sheet. And then for this one, the background color will be white. So let's pick it. And then the foreground color, which is the color. Let's try this orange. It's not actually this orange, but we'll modify this one. We still need a 255, and this one, instead of 170, let's make it 140. And then instead of 0, let's make this 164. That's the color I used. So when you click on apply, you see that the text shows there nicely, and that is great. We don't need to apply the border radius because it's inheriting from the parent. So for the font, we can come up here and then bring it up a bit. Maybe 12 is okay, and then it can be bold. It happens to be that we can also add an icon plus the text to a button. So come here, choose resource, and then this one is the add to favorite. So we will do it that way. But the text also, we have to change it. We can also change it here equally. So add to favorites. Great. Let me reduce the size a bit, but I can make this one to 24 by 24 just to make it large. Okay. And this one, we have to now give it its proper name, which is add to fav underscore btn. Great. And then we can just copy this one and paste it inside here, and then change this. Now for the favorites, we only have to flip the colors. So what is now the background color will be the foreground color. So we can just cut this one and then paste it in here. And then this place will be 255, 255, 255. So apply, and then that is it. But let's also, this will not be add to fav btn2. This will be add to playlist btn. So add to playlist btn, and then we can come down here and change the icon to the name of the other. It's a music list. Yeah, that one. And so we have it, that one also. In case you think they are so close to each other, you can actually give space manually here, and that is also acceptable. So let me give a space manually. So now we are done with this side. What did I just do? Okay, it looks like I have done something I was not supposed to do. Okay. It's good to know. That's a great feeling. So let me save the work here. I think it's a caution for me to save the work. And then now the volume dial. That one is called a dial. So let me bring it up like this and then put it here. But I want us to move this frame up a bit. Great. So the volume dial, let's just enlarge it and then put it here also. When we come to the properties of this dial, you can find that we have, okay, let's put the name there before, volume dial. Here we can set the minimum to 1 and then the maximum to 100. But the minimum should actually be 0 because somebody can choose to put it as 0. The single step is when I turn it, what should be the step, and that is 1. The current value 20. You see that the handle moved to that particular position. And then we can set the notches visible. When you set notches visible, you see that notches that come out of it. I think I like it that way. If you don't like it, you can choose to leave it, and that is completely fine. So after this one, what we need is another label on top of our volume dial, which we'll call volume label, and then we manually set the value to 20 because that's what it should be. Volume label. And then let's increase the font. Let's bring the size up. Okay, I think it's okay for me as it is. I want to center it, so I can come down here and say that for the alignment, the horizontal align H center, the vertical align V center, so that it will be at the center just like it is now, and I think I like it that way. I may want to make this one too bold also. Where is it? Font and then bold. Okay, looks great to me. And what we are left with now, I think we can finish the bottom part, then now we tackle the stack widget. So let me open up the main again. For this side, we'll create one frame at the bottom, and then inside it, there will be another frame for the playback controls, and then there will be this object also, or this other widget also, so that we can evenly distribute the space for them. For this one, this particular frame, it has, I think I gave it a fixed width. For the geometry, did I? No, I didn't. Was it for this one? No, but this one, I think it had, okay, for the height, it did have, okay, for the height. So let us work on these ones. I think I can minimize it instead of closing it every time. Okay. So we need one frame at the bottom there. Usually it's hard to find here, that's why. Okay, but frame is just down here. Let's try and set it wide and open it up also. Forgive me if I'm not very fast with this UI building part because it usually takes some time. And then I need another frame inside it. Make sure it falls inside. You can confirm from here. You see that frame 3 is inside frame 2. And it is inside these ones that we will add our push buttons for the playback control. So push button, make sure it's inside the inner frame. And here you can delete the text, select it and delete it, sorry. Select the text and then delete it. And then let's come here. This one should be, let's give it the name. This one should be the play_btn. Come here, icon, choose resource, and then images. Play, where are you? That is rather it's rather, forgive me, the names are interchanged. This is rather supposed to be the pause, but I made that one the play. So you select that one, and then you know that we have to make our background invisible. So let's change style sheet. And then choose any color that we want. Oh, no, sorry, background color. Any background color that we want. Just that the alpha should be 0. For this one, it will not really be 0, but okay. Let us apply the style sheet properly. What I will do is that, as I did for the minimize and close button, so we have to get the kill push button class. And here I can set the background color with an alpha of 0. And then also set the hover. So I can copy this one and then say that when it is hovered, I want the same color, but this time around alpha should be 100. Okay, so apply. I think let's copy it because we need it for the other ones also. They are all the same. So when I hover over it, you see that I have that nice style there for me. But for this one also, we will set a minimum size constraint on it. So we can come to the top here and set the minimum size to be 30. The maximum minimum height and width to be 30 each, so that it will just be a square like this. I think that is great. So what we can do is to copy, paste it, make sure that it's still inside the small frame, the inner frame. So we can see that all of them are here. This will not be play BTN2. This will be pause BTN. And all that we need to do here is to come and change the resource. So choose the one for the pause, and then we can copy paste it again. Don't worry to arrange them. Use the layout spacing to do that, so don't worry. The next one is the stop. So all we have to do is to change the name here. So stop underscore BTN. And then what we have to do is to come down and then change the resource icon to this stop. And then copy and paste it again for the next, the previous, and all of them. So next, no, the previous comes first. So previous, that's called BTN. Let's copy paste it, then later we change it for all of them, their icons. So this one will be next underscore BTN. And then after the next, we have the loop one, and so this one will be loop underscore one underscore BTN. And then we need it one more time for the shuffle underscore songs underscore BTN. Great. So now let's change the icon. So when I click on it, this is the previous. Because the background is white, it becomes difficult. Okay, this is previous. And then the next one is the next. Then we have loop one. Which is loop one. There are two loops, one loop and then the other is just loop one. So select the loop one. And then the random play, which is play random. But for the loop one and the random, we have to set this checkable property to true because they'll be checked. Great. And let us now bring in our slider. So our music slider. So that will be horizontal slider here. That one is inside the main frame there, not the one that not the subframe. So let's keep this one here, and the name is music slider, music underscore slider. Okay. And then we need one more label here, which we'll call the time label. So time underscore label, and that one too, we have to change the style sheet, make the text white. So select color, pick white, and then OK. But we have to increase the font size. Where is it? Okay, make it bold maybe, which the text will be 000000 slash 0000. Okay, so this is great. Now let's apply the styling for the slider. The class is QSlider, capital S, so QSlider. And then we want to get the groove. So double colon, and then get the groove. And then because it's a horizontal, we just say horizontal. If it was vertical, we would have said the vertical. We want to set the border to 1 pixel solid, and then solid, and then the color code will be 999999. Sorry, border, then we put a colon here. Yes, just like CSS. It is actually CSS. And then, so we'll be applying it as we do it so that you get to appreciate it. Now you see that the border, the default border that was there is gone. Now it's this border that is here. And so we can continue by saying that let the height be 15 pixels. And then let's apply and see. Okay. And then we can also set the padding. So I give some breathing space to the slider, the handle that is moving inside. Let's set the padding to 3 pixels. Apply it and see. Okay, you may not really see it until you start working on the handle. And then the background. The background color, so background. Let's pick this color for now. But this will not be background color, it's just be background. So delete the color from here. And then that is RGBA. We want to set the red to 0, the green to 255, so, and this one to 127. And the alpha should be 100. When we apply it, you should see that that's green color, light green color there. If I should change this one to 200 and apply so that to be deeper, but I don't like it that way. I like the 100. Okay. And then we can set some margin. So let's give that a margin of 2 pixels and then 0. So for the top and bottom, and then left and right, and then so let's set it that way. And then we can now also say that the border radius is, let's make this one's border radius 11 pixels. And then apply it and see. So you see that the border radius got applied. And so let's work now on the handle. That will also be still QSlider. Double colon, get the handle. And as you have guessed, this one will also be the horizontal. This one, the background, will be RGB. You want a yellow color, that yellowish color. So that will be 255 for the red, 200 for the green, and 50 for the blue. So if I apply it, it is showing here like a line. I don't know whether you see it from your side, but once you go ahead, you actually appreciate it coming in. And then I can also see that the border for this one should be 1 pixel solid. and then the color is 5C, 5C, 5C. Let's apply it and see. Still it's there, but you see it very soon when it comes in. Or you know what, let's bring the value currently to maybe 50 or something like that. You can set that one. So for the slider, the value, current value, bring it to 50. So you see that the thing is in the middle like a yellow line. So that is what we are working on. And then now after that, we can say that the width should be 18 pixels. Let's apply. And you see that it has gained some size. And then we can, of course, give it a margin. Or let's do the border radius first though. The border radius, that one should be 9 pixels for this one. So let's apply it. Did we not do something right? Border radius, apply. Okay, so it's not really applying the border radius. Let's give it some margin so that at least to have some breathing space for that to work. So margin, and then this one will be -2 pixels, and then 0. Let's apply it this time around, and now you see that it's now circular 1. So that is how we also work on the slider for our custom slider. Let me put it that way. So what we want to do is to select the frame in which these playback controls are, and then come and click on layout horizontally. That one, the frame will space them out automatically for us. And then select the frame. If it becomes difficult to select it here, you can equally select it here. Right click on it and then change style sheet. We are supposed to give a border radius of 10 pixels and we forgot. Because now if we hover over them, so that the backgrounds are square, and that's not what we want. So we can come here and say border radius of 10 pixels. Then, okay, that one, all the children will inherit. Now is that the border radius has been applied. Great. One very important thing we forgot is that the cursor for each of these ones should be a pointer. So when you select each of them, where in the property editor for the arrows, change the arrow to pointer. We'll be doing it for all of them. Okay, so now let's select the bigger frame like this and lay that one out horizontally. You see that it has laid them out, so let's just stretch it out and then let it fill the screen. And then, yes, we have our slider and those ones, so we can resize it just to fill the space down there. So let's just select our slider and bring this one. We can also set this one's cursor to a pointing hand. That will not also be bad. And for the value, let's bring it back to 0 or even 1. Let's try 0 and see. Not 10. 0. Okay. For this dial also, let's set the hand. This one, we want to set it to open hand. You can choose either the open or the closed hand. If you go to preview, and then let me select my fusion star so that this hand is the open hand. And you can immediately see that something is wrong here. This border, the frames that we are using, their borders are showing. So let's come back, select the title frame first, come to this place where you see the Q frame, and for the frame shape, select no frame, and then this one, you can leave it this one, you can leave this way. And for this one to select the bigger frame, the frame shape, no frame, but it looks like we have to increase the size a bit. Okay. Okay, so now let's preview it again. The shortcut on Windows is Control R. On Mac, I think it should be Command R. So now you see that the frames are gone, and then everything is also visible now. But I don't want this kind of cursor for the dial, so I'll come here. Instead of the open hand, I'll choose the closed hand rather. I think that fits the purpose better than the open hand. So yes, that is the great. So now let's work on the stack widget. For the stack widget, let's just search for stack widget and then put it in here. Resize it to fill. And let's just change the style sheet. For the first one, let's just add a background color. I think we can copy from the one here, but I think the alpha, was it 100 or 150? Let's try 100 and see. Apply. This appears to be too much. Let's make it 50 and see. Okay, I think the 50 is okay. The icon, the image at the background is also showing as well. And then let's also apply the border radius, which all the children will inherit from, to be 10 pixels. And then okay. So now we have this one to in there like this. Still have more space down here. No, we will need another space down here for the button, so let's leave some breathing space. And then in here, I'll bring a label for the song list. Right click on it, you know that it will inherit from the parent, so I can now go to background color, set the alpha to 0 so that the text will not be showing that way. I forgot to change the color, so bring the style sheet back, choose the color, make it white. Okay. And then we can come here, change the font size. 15 is okay, bold. And then we can now say song list. Okay, and there are some 3 icons here. Buttons here. So we just come and say button, or push button rather, push button. Select this one. The minimum size should be 30, not 330, 30. Okay. This one was the add songs BTN, so let's just add the name. So add songs _ BTN. Let's come and change the icon. Choose resource, and then it is this one. Okay, so let's change the icon size. This one, let's make it 32 by 32, and then it comes out large. Okay, but the background for that one in the demo was white. If I show it to you, that is white like this. So let me just change the style sheet and then add color. Background color is white. I think white is already selected. Apply. But this one to the border radius is not really 10 pixels, so we can say border radius. Let's take it to 6 pixels and see. I think it is perfect for what we need it to do. So we can duplicate this one 2 times. Control Command or Command C, and then paste it in here. And the other one, the name is delete _ selected _ BTN. And then we can duplicate it one more time and say that one is delete all songs btn. Delete underscore all underscore songs btn. Great. And now let's change the icons. So for this one, resource, and it is clear.png. And for this one, this is the remove. Okay, so the top part is also done. Cancel. The top part is also done. Let me save the work up to this point. And then we can work on the list widget inside. So for the list widget, let's come here and search for list. Don't pick the list view, pick the list widget, and let's just put it in here. And that is so great because it already inherits from the parents and does some of the things that we want it to do. For this one, we can add a few things here so that we check it. So we can say song 1, song 2, we'll delete them afterwards. And then this is song 3. Okay, so that when we apply the styling, we will see it. You can actually see that you don't actually see anything. But let's bring up the font size first. $15 is okay. Then the style sheet. For this one, the color will be an RGB of 86 red, 227 green, and then 194 blue. So when we apply it, you see that the song name has changed. That is the name there. And then the background color, that one we can get it from here. It is black, but we want to set the alpha to 100. You know the parent is 50, so this one will be 100, then it will become not color. This was supposed to be background color. The parent is 50, so this one is 100. It makes it stand out a bit so that it is easily recognized. So apply, then you see that one stands out a bit and make it easily recognized. And then we can also say selection background color. So that one too is here. Selection background color. Let's pick any color for now. And then let's change it to the proper one. So it is 255 for this, 170, 140, and then 64. Remember the orange color we used? I think that is the same one. We will not see it until we do a selection, which we cannot do when the style sheet is open. And then we can also do selection color. And that one is white. So RGB 255, 255, and then 255. Okay. Let's give a padding of 10 pixels for each of the items in there. So apply, okay. And I think the song name should be bold. The font should be bold. Okay. I realized that as I clicked, I didn't see the selection color. And that is because, let's check it in preview. I think it's because we are not in preview. Let's check it in preview and see. Okay, selection background color didn't work. So let's see what the issue might be. Change style sheets. Did we spell something wrong? Our style sheet is valid, but this one, I think it will only work when we are in the Python. So for the finished one, let's just add just one song and see. And then now preview this main. So that when we select it, still doesn't show, but if you check the style sheet for the finished one also, it has the selection background color and also This one unfortunately works only when we are in Python. That is why it is not showing. So yes, we did it. But select the list widget again and then come down. The scroll area, Q abstract scroll area, just set all of them to off so that there will be no scroll bar showing. It doesn't make it nice. And then now for the last thing on this page, oh, why did I close out this widget? Widget box. For the last one on this, we have to now also bring a frame again. Down here, down the song list widget, and then that is where our 3 buttons will be. So we can now go ahead and bring in our BTN, which is a push button right here inside that frame. And this one we'll call it song list. And the name, the object name should be song underscore list underscore BTN. For the style sheet, I will go ahead and copy the color from here. Let me see. Okay, so this is the background color and then the border radius. I think I'll copy everything. And then just paste it in. Okay. It's not really showing the border radius. Remember the frame, this one to let's set this one to no frame. And then maybe the border radius we should apply it to the parent rather. So border radius of 10 pixels. Okay. Then the next button is the playlist. Which is also called playlist BTN. Let's go ahead and change the color. For this one, the background color is a green color. So delete the existing background color and then let's pick this green. Or maybe this one. Okay. But the font size, let's bring them up. 12 is okay for me, and let me make it bold. This one too should be bold, and then 12. And then finally, you can copy paste it for the favorites. Okay. For this one too, it should be favorites BTN. And then let's just change the background color. I'll pick a screen color because the same as this orange here. And then okay. Okay. So now I select the frame in which all of them are. That's the frame 4 here. You can see they are all indented inside. And then I'll give it a layout. It looks like these buttons still don't want to show the rounded corners. Okay. Let's set minimum height to 32 and let me see. Not for the frame, for just one of the buttons. Set the minimum height to 32 and then you see that it shows. So for the playlist, also set the minimum height to be 32 and then the favorite also set the minimum height to be 32. Great. So now this first page of our application is done. This was only needed for testing. Let me edit items, and remove all of them. Okay, so the first page of our application is done. Our volume dial is not here. Where would it be? Oh, okay, it has gone to the back, so let me just right click and then bring to front. Okay, and then right click on the label, bring that one to front. Okay, so that one is it. So our first page for this one is done. You just have to click. If you look closely on the list widget, on the stack widget, at the top right, there is some arrows that you can use to navigate. So you say go to next page. When I go to the next page, it's completely blank. So that is where we will do our playlist. Things are very similar here, so I'll just copy this. I just need one of the buttons because it's just load selected that we do, as well as the list widget. And then, hold Control, copy them. And then on the second page, let's just paste it. Okay, and this place will be playlist. And this place, this particular one, it doesn't even have an icon, so let's remove the icon from there. You can click this button at the right side and then it will take it off. So we can here say load selected. This one, you don't really have to give it a lot of, the color, background color is some green color, so let's pick a screen color for the green. This one should do. Okay, and then the font size should come up a bit. Bold, make it nice also. Okay, and then we want to increase the border radius to 10 pixels. Okay, or even higher. Let's try 15 and see. Okay, that looks good to me. But there's a very big something that we were supposed to do that we didn't do. On this song list, come here, and then we have to call it loaded songs list widget, like this. And then we go to page 2 here. You can click on these pages to also navigate. And then the list widget here, now we call it playlist list widget. Okay, so that is also completely fine. And so we are left with the next and the last page, which is the favorites page. We will also employ something from here. This song list you actually need. And for the favorites, we need these two. So Control, we'll be clicking on all of them. Control Command C, and then navigate. Okay, we have to add another page to it before. So for the stack widget, you can just right click, insert page. Okay, let's go to the playlist because we can insert after the current page. So insert page here after current page, and that will become page 3 down here. You don't actually need to name the pages. We use the index to move around, so that one should be fine. And I paste what we copied in here. Okay, so this one should be favorites. And then these ones, we have to change their names. This will be delete selected favorites underscore btn, and then this one will, which the next one here should be delete all favorites btn. So I can just change the songs to favorites. And then this one will be favorites list widgets. So favorites list widgets with a T. Favorites list widgets, just like that. So that is the app interface design. For this stack widget, whatever page you leave it on before you save it is the default page that will render when the application first opens. So you want to, you may have to bring this thing up a bit. Okay. We want to leave it on the first page just like this one is. So that is it. We can preview our app, and for the preview we can use this button to navigate, but inside Python we'll have to write our own functions to do the navigation, and it wouldn't be a problem at all. Okay. So that is how I built the UI, or that's how you can build the UI. And let us work on the actions. The actions are what will come in the pop-up menu or the context menu. But for now, let's work on the signals first. For the signal, let me expand this. We want to add a signal. The sender will be our closed btn here. You see now, let's preview. When you click this close, nothing will happen. But okay, this one's, even in the property editor, the cursor should not be arrow, it should be pointer, the same as this one. So the signal that we want from it is that when it is clicked, the receiver should be the music app itself, that is the UI itself, and the slot is closed. So now let us preview it again and then click on this one so that it closes the application. So we can set another one for the minimized. So we minimize btn. I saw it here. Yes. When it is clicked, the receiver again should be music app, and then the slot should be show minimized, like that. So that one too would work. The next one that we work on is for the volume dial. When the volume dial, we want the slider moved, this one. And you see currently if we preview it and then remove the slider, nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. What kind of icon have we given to this? Should be closed hand. Yep. So we want the receiver to be the volume label, the one on top of it, that value should have to be changing. The volume label. And then we have to set, okay, there's no set text, so let's pick the set num and then the int. Okay, so now when we preview this one and I turn it, you see that the value will also be turning together with it. So now let me show you the actions, and that will be it for the building of the UI. For the actions, we just click this one, and then this one, let's call it play. Is that to automatically give the name action play. For the icon, let's just click this place and then choose the particular icon here. If you want to set a tooltip to, you can say, you can add it to play. And then the next action will be pause. Unpause, pause/unpause, capital P. Okay, and then the icon for that one also, let's choose the resource to this one. You can add shortcuts to if you want to, but I wouldn't do it. If you want to add a shortcut, okay, I'll show you in the next one. The next one is action next, and then I can also say next. Not next, next. Okay. If you want to add a shortcut, all you have to do is to click inside here and then press the particular shortcut. But I was trying to delete it, so the backspace was okay. Choose resource file, this one, and then where is our next, this one. Okay, and then the next one on the list is the action previous. Okay, so I believe you get the idea of the actions. I don't think I should extend the video any longer by creating all the actions, because this is not the file that we'll be using. As I said, we will still be using the main.ui, just that this session I was just focusing on showing you how to build the UI yourself. So that is it for this session. Let's go into PyCharm and see how we can convert this one to code and then start working on our great application. So let me close this one and even close this one also, and then let's move to the next step. So I think I shouldn't close it. You will need to make reference to this UI. So sorry, let me open it again, and then let me open the main one. So let's just minimize it. We'll come back to it. So let's convert this one to Python code. Obviously, this one is not what we'll be running. So let's convert it to Python code. I'll go back to my terminal, and what I have to do to convert the resource file to Python code is to say PyQt5, and then I bring the flag of -x. The -x is the flag for the incoming UI file, so that is main.ui, and then another flag -o for the Python file that should be generated. I will call it music.py. You can choose any name, but you have to keep that in mind in case I call music, you call that particular file name. But if you choose music, also just press enter. It looks like nothing has happened, but if I list, you see that now there's a music.py file here. It wasn't here at first. If you check you see that it's a new file. Git has even told us it's a new file. When we open it now, you see that it has generated the code for us for the application. But if we run this thing now, you see that we get an error. It says no module named res.rc. And that is because PyQt5 is trying to import the resource file that we used, and it is not finding it. Even though it is here, and that should tell us that that is not this resource file it is looking for. It's looking for a Python version of this resource file. So what we have to come back to our terminal and do is to convert this resource file into a Python file. And that is done by pyrcc5, and then this one, the output flag comes first. We give the name of the Python file that will be generated from the resource file. And usually, as you saw, it will automatically name it. And so I usually use this name for it so that anytime I make changes to my UI file and I have to run the PyQt5 command again, I don't have to come and change this name all the time. In fact, you notice from the top here that it tells you that if you make changes and run it again, you lose all the changes. So I don't want to put myself to that trouble. Usually, you will be making changes to your UI file and then be converting it again. So I just use this name to be safe. And then, so I'll just paste the name there, .py, and then I give a space and then give the name of the resource file that should be converted, which from the top there is res.qrc. and you press enter, and you see that that one too has been created for us. So let us come back to Python. And now this red arrow should go away anytime soon. When we run it again, we shouldn't have the error. Okay, so now it has come. This is our file. You see that the default title bar is there, so that is what we have to get rid of. When you click on this one, you cannot move the app around, but of course this one will close it for us. Okay, so you see that I run from this file and it was successful, but usually that's not how I do my PyQt5 project, because this UI file, I may changing it anytime that I want, and I don't want to be pasting my functions here so that I'll be losing it every time, copying and pasting it again. It's a whole lot of stress. So what I do is that I create a new file, which I will call main.py. And that is the reason I didn't name this main UI file main.py. The name is main.ui. You were thinking obviously that the Python file should be also main.py, but because I have one that I'll be calling main.py, I decided to keep that name. Okay. And in here, what I do is that I create a class that calls this music.py file. So that there's a class that runs the application. It's at the top here. It's called UI music app. So I'll create a class inside this main that calls this one and runs the application. Let's see how that one goes. What we have to do is to import, okay, from PyQt5.qt widget, we want to import everything. Qt widget, we want to import everything. And then we create the class. So let's say that the name of the class will be modern music player. This will inherit from Q main window coming from the Qt widget up there. And then, oh, okay, I didn't bring the import, sorry. So import star. And then we also have to import the class from the music.py. So we can here say from music, we want to import UI music app as the name is here. Okay. So after this, it also has to get this UI music app. And then the default class stuff. So we have to define our init. Okay. But this one, we will call the super also. So super call should be here. And inside this, we will now also say that now we've created a class. So we have to now call our window. So self.window should be equal to Q main window. Qt, we can create windows just from widgets, but we want this one to be a main window. That is why we are doing that. And then we can say self.setup UI, and then we set it equal to self. Okay, this self is redundant, remove redundant parentheses. And then what we can do is to say self.show to show the application. If we run this main.py file, this current file, it will still not show our application. You can see that process finished with exit code 0, and that is because that's not how to run Qt applications. If you come to this music.py file, all the way down, you see that they call this so this stuff all has to be, they have to come in place before the app will successfully run. So I don't do it also in this file, and that is because that's how I usually like to keep my things organized, so that I don't really mess up with the code. Sometimes the code bases can be large, and so if you mess up one, it really takes time to get back on track. So I usually create another file, which I call run, which will now run the application. I don't want to add it now. And from there, we can just say that from main, we want to import the modern music player, that class that we created. And then from PyQt5.qt widget, we want to import Q application. Because we need an application instance to run the application. We also need a system library, so we want to import sys What's wrong with my typing today? Import XYS, and then now we declare that the app instance is equal to kill application. Here we can pass in an empty list. This place takes in the things that the application needs to run, so all the dependencies that it needs. So we can be safe in here to say 6.agree so that it takes in all the argument that it needs to run successfully. And then we can say window should be equal to the modern music player, the one that we created there. And then we can just say sys.exit, and then we can say app.execute. So exec, where is it? This one. This is very similar to what we found in the music.py, because you have to create an application instance and then run that particular application. So that is what we are trying to do here. We are just trying to. So now if we run this run.py, of course, let me right click and then run. You see that our application now comes. Okay, so this is what we'll be using to run our application, but I like a style in Qt called the Fusion style. That is how I like all my applications in Qt, so I usually add it. And so I can now come here and say app.setStyle, not setStyleSheet. setStyleSheet is another thing. We want to set style to Fusion. That is great. So let's run it and see. Of course, because this one has been fully customized, we may not really see the changes, but it does happen. I like it that way. So now all the rest will be coming inside here. This run, we may not even need it again. It's already in my configuration here. So let me close out from this window too for some time. I just hope the size of the font is loud enough. It's enough for you to see. Okay. Now, the first thing is to get rid of this default title bar, the default one there. So after the setup UI, before the show, let's just say it's going to be a lot of lines of code, so I'll do my best to comment it out. So remove default title bar. Okay. And this is how we go about it. Self.set attribute. Attribute, want to set the attribute to Qt dot, and we have to import that one at the top here also. So we can just say from PyQt5.qt core. So from PyQt5.qt core, we want to import Qt like that. And then so we say Qt.wa underscore translucent background like this. And then the next one that we have to do is say self.set window flags. Set window. Yes, so set window flags. Please make sure that you check the capitalization also. So set window flags. And then we can say Qt dot frameless window hint. This one should do for us. So if you run it now, our app will come, but the title bar will not be there. So you see that now I cannot move it around, even though I can close it because we set that option there. Other than that, we didn't have any way to close it. Maybe we would have used just the stop here to stop it, or if you are using the terminal, Control-C to break out of it. So what we have to do now is to write the function to be able to move our app around using our own title bar. We will need some few things. So let's just say initial position of the window. Okay. And let's get that one in a variable. So self.initial position. Let's set it equal to self.position. This one. I think it is yelling at me that I didn't spell something right. Okay. And then we will have to now write some functions to take care of the position that we want to set. All of it will happen before the show. So let's now define. Please check the indentation of this one is inside the init. Another function, the function is inside the init. So self is inside the init. We call it move up. Sorry, move up. Okay. But this one will take in events, not self. And then we can say that if event dot buttons, that means if buttons, the button that has been clicked on the mouse, if it is equal to Qt dot left button, if you want to be able to use the left button as a click and drag to move it around. If you want to use the right button, which I don't think you want to do, you can do here right button. Okay. So now we come to the self.move. We want to move the application and we want to move it by self.position. No, the position that we set up there. And then we can say plus event dot global position minus minus self dot initial position. Okay, so that is not all. We have to add some other stuff. So now we can say self dot initial position should be equal to event dot global position. And then event dot accept to accept the particular event. Okay. Hopefully this should do the trick, but we have to connect it to something. In Qt, we have something called signals and slots, like I show you how we change the label on the volume dial when it is turned round and all that. So this, you can think of it like something to be performed when an action is triggered, but we have not yet defined a particular action that will trigger this. So we have to now say self.title frame, which is the name of this frame here that moves our app, dot mouse move event. So when the mouse, it has a mouse move event, sorry, we want to set that one equal to the move app that we have up here, but we will not be calling it. We just use it like this. So let's just see how it goes. You see that it doesn't actually work. It doesn't actually work, and that is because we have to create one more function. That is how it's done in Qt. I did some research on it and found out how to do it this way. So that one will be after the show. Sorry. This one should come. The show should come before. I think that should be one of the reasons, because this show should be here. These connections, they happen after all. So the show should come. Okay. So now let's run it and see. I'm still not able to move it around, and that is, I think, is because there's one more function that we have not created yet. So outside the init, but it's still inside the class, we want to now create a function that will, or a method that will handle the mouse position. So function to handle mouse position. And then we can say df mouse press event. This one is coming in from Qt itself. You don't have to use your own naming convention to name this function. Just as it is, make sure you type it. But I can get rid of all of these things here and just put in events. Once again, I repeat, this method is not one of my own. It's coming from Qt. You have to type the name exactly before it will work. So you can now say that self.initial position should be equal to event.global position, just like this. And hopefully this should work for us. So now when I click, I can move it around just like the title bar has been doing. I can minimize it, I can bring it back, I can close it, and it all works. So, okay, it took some time for it to go off from PyCharm, but we know that it's still working. Okay, so now let's move on to the obvious things to start importing files using this button here and then playing them. So we can call it add songs. Okay, so the method's name will be add songs. Sorry, and then it takes itself because it's a method of the class. And then we can now say files. It returns the returns are two. Let me just show you why I want you to really understand how I'm doing the things I do. So files equal to kill file dialog. This is coming from the Qt widgets that we imported at the top. Dot get open file name. Get open file name. Get open file names. So I was looking for this one. And then in here we can pass a couple of things. The first one should be self. And then the second one is the caption. So the caption is the title of the window that will come up there. So we can now say as a string, maybe add songs to the app. Okay. After the caption, we can also pass in the directory. And that is the directory that it should open to by default. If you put in any directory here, a hard-coded directory here like your desktop or your music or your documents, that is where it will open to at all times. But there's another cool trick that I want to show you. If you put in a colon and then 2 backslashes like this, what it will do is that it will always remember the previous place that it's open to. So let's say for the first time you loaded the songs from your music folder. The second time you open the app and try to load, the second time you try to load songs, it will go to your music folder because that's the recent one it has visited. If you change it again now and then you open it now from downloads, when you open it again, it will go and fetch it from the downloads folder, and that is what I am talking about. So, and the next one is the filter. The filter is to let it, okay, let me leave the filter here for now. But if what the filter does is it filters the particular files that should show in the window, the open window. So if you just say here that MP3, it will only show MP3 files for you to select. So it is a way to restrict the user from bringing in files that are not supported into the application. But for that one, I have it here. And let me copy it from the second screen and then paste it in. Okay, so these are the supported files that our application will take from MP3 to MPEG and all those ones. I also researched about this one and then saw that the Qt supports all of these file types. If there are more, I don't know, but these are the ones I found. And now we can say that if files, so if files, that means the user can actually open the window without selecting files. So now if files, that means the person selects, and I think I named it here fly. So files. Okay, so if files, what we want to do is that, let me now just print files. I want to show you something. And before this one will work, we have to connect this method to one of our actions or our buttons. So at the top here, before the show, I will just come down a bit and then now give a comment here, connections. Okay, and inside here too, I will give another one called default page. I am doing this and you will understand very soon because I want to group things where they are supposed to be. And I can say self.add songs btn. That is the name of this one. If I click on it, you see that it's add songs btn at the top here. That is what is used to add songs. So dot clicked, not dot click, dot clicked, dot connect. When it is clicked, we want to connect it to self.add songs. Add songs. Okay, but you don't call it in here, just make it like this. Okay. Now when we run it, when I click on it, you see that it remembers the place of the previous one, and then it took me there. So if I should, let's say, just create a test folder here. Let me call it test because I already have a new folder there. And then for this time around, let me just do something and cancel it. If I now open it again, because obviously I didn't select any song here, but let me see if I can copy from this window. Okay, copy. It's a test, and then you paste it. And then let me select this, open, and then try the operation again. See, it took me to this place, but I need this time around. If I come here and select it, and then open, I come again, you see that it took me to this place. So you remember it's a place where I was previously, and that is what I was trying to show you. And we should have something in our terminal also that I want to show you. This is the result that came, the first one. See that one was empty, so that's why we're saying that if files. And then the second one that I selected only one song. You see that as part of the return, it gives us first a tuple of this, a list, of the files themselves. And then it also comes with another one for the supported files. So we only want this first part of the list of files. So that is, if we want it that way, we can easily cater for it this place and just say files, comma, and then usually they place an underscore there. Because the second part, so this part will be for the first part, which is the list of files, and then this part will be for the parts that we don't need. So if you run it again now, and then add songs, let me select all my songs here, and then boom, you see on the terminal that, let me close this, you see that there is only the list of songs here that we have. And so the next obvious thing that we want to do is to add these names to our song list widget that is on the first page. So that is what we want to do. So we will not be printing files like I've done here. And we can just say self.loaded song list widget. That is the name of this widget here, the first one here. So if I click on it, you see that loaded song list widget. Dot add items, or okay, if files, then let's now say for file in files, because of something that we'll do later. For file in files, then we can just say self.loaded song list widget dot add item. We want to add item, we want to add the particular file. So let's see how that one too goes. Our favorite playlist. Okay, so you see that we have it added here. Obviously not in the way that we wanted it to be, because all the music players or media players that we know of doesn't show you the full path of the song. It only shows you the song themselves, or the song names as they appear in the folder, and that is what we are about to do next. This thing is too large. And we can easily do that with the OS module. So let me just, instead of just the raw file, I can just say os.path.basename. This will give me just the name of the particular file. And so if I run it now, you see that now I only have the file names, and they are displayed here nicely, just like this. Okay, but you could see also in the finished product that there was some icon here at the left before the name comes. So let us add that one and make the work complete. Let me cut this one here from here for now. And then what I want to do before I add the song is I'll add a kill list widget item. And then inside the kill list widget item, I'll add in two things. Kill icon. I think I have to import that from somewhere. Let me see. PyCharm, when I hover over it like this, is to import it for me. But if you don't have it, be sure to import it from PyQt5.qt GUI. And then for the icon, I don't think I will have to. This is just redundant. So for the icon, I will just pass in the path to the icon. And if you come to the resource browser here, and I expand this side, you see when I click on the images, all the images here, I can copy the path. So if I am looking for, which one are we looking for? We are looking for this one. If I click on it like this and copy path, I will get the path to the resource file. And that can also, that which will come from the Python file that we converted. That is how the resource files work. So I can just paste it in like this. That is the path that we need. And then the second argument here being the file name, which is the os.path.base name of the file. Okay, so that is why we didn't use add items or anything like that. We just wanted to iterate each of them and then add this one. Okay. So now if we add songs, hopefully there shouldn't be any error, but a beautiful thing here for us. Okay. So that is it. We have our songs loaded with a beautiful icon at the side there. So the obvious step next that we have to do that is to play the song. So let us get into the playing of that particular song. Again, I will create another file. Forgive me if I'm creating so many files. This will not be the last one. But I usually create a folder also called songs where we keep some lists, because we want to, when we load the files, we want to load them into a list and then play from that particular list, because our app will only display the file's name as it appears in the folder, but we need a full path. So we have to store the full path somewhere, which I will do, or we are doing inside the songs.py file. So we just create two lists there. The first one is current song list, and that should be an empty file, an empty list, sorry. And then the second one that we want to create so that we don't come back to this file again is favorites. Favorites. Let that one also be favorite songs list. Okay, which is also an empty list, just like this, and then we can close it. Okay. And so what we want to do is that before we add the file, so for file in file, we can now say songs dot current song list dot append. We want to append the file to it so that we have it there. Be sure to import it. Most of these my things that I do, the Python will import them for me automatically. But if you're using a different editor, you may have to do the importation yourself. So just keep track of that. I will try my best to alert you anytime that has to happen so that you can import them. So now that we have it imported into that file, then we can now go and call it and use it. What happens is that if we now load songs like this, when we click on it in this list widget, we can use get the current index or current selection from the song list widget, or the index of the current selection from the song list widget, and then we can use that particular index to access the full part of the file from the song list widget that we have created, the empty list, or which will now be filled with all of these things, so that we can use that one to index into it, select it, and then play it. But before we can play the song, we have to create a player object or appear somewhere. Okay. So self.player equal to q media player player, and then be sure to import that one also from PyQt5.qt multimedia. We can now come here and then add a new method that will play the songs. Okay. Now this one, let's put it in a try except block. I usually like to do that for applications like this, especially when the code base will grow large. It's good so that your application will not be crashing often. in terms there's anything that will be crashing, then the try except will save you from that. So except, you can say exception, maybe as E, we can now say like print, and inside an F string, we can try and print out something that will help us know where the application crashed. So I can say, okay, play song error, so that I know that the error is coming from the play song, and then I can plug in E here. Inside here now I can write the functionality. What we need to do to play a song is of course get a song, which we'll do by the index. So if you want to get the index, is you can say current selection should be equal to self.loaded song list widget, not this one, loaded song list widget dot current row. This will give us the index of the current selection. Then we can later use in accessing the file from the song list, the list widget. Oh, sorry, the list, not the list widget. And then we can now see that current song now equals to songs dot loaded song list widget. How do you call it? It's not loaded song or current song list widget. Yeah. And then we can now access the one at the current selection. When we have it like this, then now we can go ahead and play the song. What we have to do now is to create a URL. That is how it works in PyQt. So song_URL, that should be equal to QMedia content, which should also come from PyQt5.Qt multimedia. It's a QMedia content, then a Q URL, which should also come from PyQt core. Okay, and then you can say URL, dot from local file, because we are accessing it from our computer, and then we can now say the current song. So we get a new URL that will not be a problem for Qt to play with. Then we can now say self.player.setMedia. Set the media to the song URL. And then we can now say self.player.play. Okay. This should play our song for us. So let's just, in anticipation, I should connect it first. I'm sure you guessed that. So where our connections are on the default page, we can now say self.play song btn or something like that, or it's called play btn. This one, this is what we want to use. So play btn at the top here. So play btn dot click dot connect. We want to connect it to self dot play song. Okay, of course, don't call it, just let it be there like that. And then now let's load a song. I would like to, this volume doesn't work for now, but if I select Life is a Dream, you see that now it is playing. So I've done the basic thing that our application has to do. Play a song. I can pause it now, so let me just close it. So now we've done the basic thing. Let us move ahead to now pause and unpause our song. So that one should go. You can say pause and unpause. But before we do that, let's just get some global variables to keep track of certain states in our application. I'll do them at the top here. So after the player, or even before that, I can now say globals, and we will need global stopped. We will also need global looped. I'll just create all of them so that we don't have to come back and worry ourselves. And then we need a global is shuffled. We want to keep track when we are playing the random. We want to know whether it's shuffled or not. So the initial states of this one should be that stopped is false. When we start the application, it cannot be stopped. And loop, when we start the application, stop cannot be false. That was what I was trying to say. Loop is also false here. This is not JavaScript, it's capital F. And then a shuffle is also false, so it's shuffled, which is also equal to false. Okay. Then we can now use this to create our pause and unpause. So here, what we have to say is we have to check whether there is a song playing. And this is how we can do it in PyQt. We will just say that if self.player.state, the player that we created up there, if the state equal to kill media player dot playing state, that means that the song is playing. Then we can say self.player.pause, else self.player.play. So that is the trick that should do the pause and unpause for us. Not something so difficult. So we come up here, do our connection. Where is it? The button name should be self.pause btn.click.connect. Connect it for the self.pause and unpause. So now let's see whether we can pause and unpause the song as we play. So raising me higher, play. You can hear that it's playing in the background. If I click on this, it has paused. When I click on unpause, it resumes and then it continues playing. So yes, this one too has been catered for. The obvious one that we continue is the next, the stop. So let's just even create the connection here before we go down. So can help by duplicating self dot. We will call it stop song. So self dot stop song. So obviously throw an error because it doesn't know that one. So stop btn. That is what will do that for us. So let's come down. And this one is quite simple. So I also want to wrap this in a try except block, because as we go ahead and then build the application, a lot of things will have to be considered before stopping the application, especially when we are playing from different places like the playlist or the favorites tab instead of the actual the default song list widget. So let me just safely wrap this one also in a try except block. I do have some snippets in Python that's helped me. And this place will be stop song error. And here we can now come and say self.player, player.stop. It's just as easy as that. Just as easy as that. So feeling happy. Pause it, unpause, and then stop. It has stopped it. We forgot a very important step. The song name should go here and the song path should go here. This one should have been done when we hit the play button. So let's do it and then get that one off. Where is our play? Okay. After it plays, let's check their names. Here, this is called the current song name, then current song path. Okay. So current song name dot set text. That is how we can do it. Set text, and we want to set it to there should be an F string os.path.base name of the file. And then here we can just duplicate this, and I think it's current song path. And the only thing that we have to change in here, why is this saying? Oh, okay. I'm thinking that we are in the load songs. So this one will be current song. Okay, this one too should be current song. Okay. And the only thing we have to change here is that the base name will not be dir name. That is it. And that should fix it for us. Let's see. So let's add. Okay, life is a dream. Play, and then we see life is a dream, and then the full path is down there. If I play a happy Christmas, see that one is good. But let me stop there for now. We see that this part is catered for. Okay. But one more thing is that you see that our slider is not moving when we play the song. We will work on that, but let's first work on the volume control before. We want to set an initial volume when the application starts. So let's do it here. So self.initial volume, let's set it to 20. So that our volume will be at 20 when the application starts. And then here, we can say function to change the volume or something like that. So function to change the volume. Volume, you call it volume underscore change. Okay. And this is where we also have to bring in a try except block, because a lot of things can happen. And this place we can just say volume change error. Sorry. And here we can now say self.current volume. Sorry, self.current volume, the one that we created up there. Or did we call it initial volume or current volume? Initial volume. Okay. Should be equal to self.volume dial. That is the name of the dial itself. So it's called volume dial, as you can see here. So self.volume dial dot value. And then what we want to do is that we set the name, the volume to that value. So self.player.set volume to self.current volume. No, sorry, initial volume. I don't know how I keep on. Wow. Okay, so this should work, but in the case where the application starts, we want to just make sure that the volume is at 20. So I think this line can come in very handy at the top there also. Just immediately beneath the place where we declare the volume. Where is that one? Okay. So that we know for sure that that is it. Okay. When it runs at first. And there seems to be something wrong here. Okay. We also have to set the value of this text and then the handle to the 20. So let's do that one also. Give a space here. And then we can now say self.volume dial dot set value or something like that to set self dot initial volume. And then self.volume label, this one, the label on top of the dial, dot set text. I want to set the text to an F string just to be safe, and I want to set it to the initial volume. Self.initial volume. Okay. Let's run it and see. Okay, then now everything works out like we want it to, so we can add songs, and then play around with the volume. It is playing, but first I increase it. I hope you hear it loud. And then now let me play this one rather. Okay, I think there's a problem somewhere. This thing may not really be working. Let's comment out this line because my volume was not actually increasing. We still have the 20 set. Now let's see if the volume will increase. I think they should be able to filter all these ones out. Yes, it did. So 20. Okay. I don't think it is still increasing. Let me just comment out these ones. Oh, and I think you guessed the reason. I think you've guessed the reason. And that is because you have not made a connection. You have not really made a connection to that particular function that we created down there. That is very, very, very off. Things like that do happen, so forgive me. How we do this connection is a bit different from what we have seen so far. And then we can just go self.volume.value change. This one we are not looking for the click, we are looking for the value change dot connect. What we want to do here is that we want to pass in lambda because it has to be listening, always keeping track of the particular value that the value should be changing as we turn the dial. So you have to be able to keep track of it and then use it. So that's why we pass in the lambda and then self.volume changed. And then for this one, we will bring in the parentheses like we are calling the function. And that's also one of the reasons we are bringing in the lambda, because if you have to pass any value here, then the lambda should be here. But in this case, the value will be gotten for us. The dial itself knows how to return it, and so we can use that for our player. Okay, so now if I play, okay, now the volume goes high for me. Very low, then high. Okay, so our volume dial is also working. The next obvious thing that we have to do is to get this slider to be moving with a song. So let us get to that part and then see how that one also goes. For that one, we will create another function here to move the slider. I want us to bring it to this place just after the function to handle the mouse position. So function to move the slider. Sorry, the slider. Okay. And this is how we move the slider. We will get the position, the length of the song itself, sorry, and we will set the length of the slider to the length of the song in seconds, of course. And then we will now be keeping track every 1 second. Move the slider by 1 second. Every 1 second, get the position, move it, and then move the slider handle to that position. So this particular function that we're about to create will be connected to something like a timer, so that at every 1 second, it will get the current position of the song. It also knows the full duration of the song, and so it will set the slider length to the full duration of the song, and then get the current position of the song every second, and use that current position to set the place where the handle should be. I don't know whether I've been able to explain it well, but I think the code will do the explanation better. So let us get into the writing. So we define move underscore slider, and then we can see that if stopped, return. You remember the stopped global that we created up there. So if stopped, that is, then we have to return. because if the song is stopped, this thing should not even be moving in the first place. And then we can say else. Can now update the slider. And then we can say if self.player.state. You know, the song can be playing for a while and then it will be paused. So at that time that it has not been paused, the slider is still moving. But if it is paused, you also have to pause the slider. So we have to keep track of that. So now Q media player, this one you have seen it before, you know that we are trying to get the state of the player. And then we can just say that playing state. Then that is if and only if it is playing. If it is paused, don't do it. Then self.music slider. That is the name of the slider here. You see self.music slider. So self.music slider dot set minimum, not minimum size, set minimum here to 0. And then I know you've guessed the next step. So self.music slider dot set maximum to the duration of the song, which you can get by self.player.duration. And they all come in handy with PyQt. We don't have to write them ourselves. So we have set now the duration also. And then we can now say that the slider position should be equal to self.player.position. What this one will do is it will give us the current position where the song is playing. And then we can use that one. Okay, so in order to let you know what actually is happening here, let me now try and then print the duration. So duration, oh sorry, I forgot the F string. The duration here will be self.player.duration. Okay, and then the next thing that I want to print is the current time. So let me just say current, and then that is the slider position. And let's leave it for now. Remember I told you that before this one will work, we have to now connect it to a timer. So let's come up here where a lot of things are going on up here, but we can bring it before the connection. So slider timer, and then we can now say that self.timer equal to kill timer. It comes with PyQt5, so we can hover and import it from PyQt5.qt core up here. Where were we? Yep. And then what we want to do is we have to pass in self here. Sorry. What we want to do here is that self.timer.start, and I will put in here 1000, which is 1 second. It measures it in milliseconds, so that will be 1 second. So that means that every 1 second, do what we are telling you to do. And now you remember that you have to create a connection to it. So self.timer.timeout. This is how we create this one's connection. So timeout, and then we want to now connect it to the function that we created down there, which is called self.moveSlider. Here. Again, we don't have to bring this parenthesis. So when we run it now, bring up of course, we'll be seeing some numbers down here. Okay, so feeling happy, let me just play it. Okay. So you see that the values are, this value, which is the duration, is constant. You can see it from here. And then this value, which is the current, is increasing by 1000. So that is the calling of the timer. So you see that this is 159925993599, but the duration stays the same. So that is what we'll be doing. So at every 1 second, what we'll do is that we'll move the slider handle to these current positions. And then the length will be the same. So it will be like a fixed length, but a moving handle. And that is the trick that we are trying to use here. Why is our slider? We are doing more, of course, than printing it. So let's get rid of these. And then what we can say is the self.music slider got set value. Just as simple as that. And we set the value to the slider position because that's the current position. And then you can see that our slider is now moving, but you can see that this one nearly tricked us into thinking that the slider is not moving. So let's fix that one. The time should be changing. Minimize this one. What is the problem here? And then this is what we want to do. So here we change, let me give a comment. So change, how do you call that one? This one, is it time labels or something like that? Okay. So what we want to do is that, you saw the way it's printed it in the terminal. That is not a way that will be user friendly for us. We have to convert it to the regular hour, minutes, and seconds that we know. So this is how we will go about it. We can say current time. That should be equal to time, which comes by with Python. It's default Python. So strf time. We want this one. And then the format that we want to use, so that at the top here, so if you type in the format here, let me use double strings here, is %h, now %h, %m, and then %s. This is just the hour, minutes, and seconds. If you want it in a different way, you can format it that way. And then now time dot local time. And then what is the particular time that you want to convert to this format? It is the self.player.position. Sorry. There is the position. And then we want to divide it by 1000. Remember, it's in milliseconds, or it's in microseconds or so. So we have to divide it. And then we can also get a song duration. But just by duplicating this line, and then the only thing that we'll have to change here is the duration. Okay, so this will give us the current time in a format that is easily readable, and then this will also give us the should be the should not be current time, it should be song duration. Okay, I can go ahead and print this onto the screen for you to know, the terminal for you to know what is happening, but I think you understand what is being done here. Just formatting the time. And then after we do that, you can just say self.time label, that is the name, .set text. I'm going to set the text in an F string. So what will come first is the current time. And then we leave a slash like this, and then we now bring in the song duration. And this should also work for us. Let's test it out and see. Okay, so bring it up. Raising it higher. And then now we have our slider working correctly. But for every professional music player application, you know that we should have the flexibility of moving to any particular position in the song and have it playing from there. But you see that this is now proving very stubborn. When I move it, it comes back because every second it is checking the position and fixing that position. So how do we make it such that it actually also gets, if I move it here, it will stay there and then continue playing from there. If I unpause now, it should come back to where it was. So let's fix that one also. That is quite easy. We don't even have to write our own code for that. We have to just create some simple connection for it. So up here, It's still at the default page. Yeah, that's where we are. We can let's bring it at the top. That should be self.music slider dot slider moved. Slider moved. This was what we are looking for, and then we want to take it as an integer. And then we can now say dot connect. What do we want to connect it to? I'm sorry for all the background noise. Why they are just down there making noise. Okay, now we want to connect it to a lambda because we are going to write a function that will take an input. So lambda and then self.player dot set position. I now want to set the place. See, initially we were getting the position. I want to set the position so that we'll continue from there. And then what you have to pass here is self.music slider dot value. So the value that you have now moved it to, get it and set it that way rather. So let's see how it goes. And so now you can see it is playing. If I move it here, it stops and it continues from there. So I can bring it back and then it stops and continues from there. So that is what I was talking about to make this one behave in a professional way, like the professional players do. So of course, you are building an advanced player, so you should have these features. Okay, so the next thing that you have to do here on this page is to get this delete. Get this delete one and then delete all to work. So let's work on that one. Then we know that we are done. We can move to the different one, which is the playlist, and then onward to the favorite. I think we'll do the favorite first before the playlist. Each of them, any of them should do. Okay. Oh, we have not worked also on the previous. Okay, we work on that one, but since I've mentioned this, let's just finish these ones. The previous, and those ones before. Okay, so that'll be play next song. For the start, the idea of this is quite simple. You just get the current row in the selected widget that is playing, and then add one to it, use it as an index, and then fetch the full song part from our songs.current song list, and then play that one. That is just how we want to do so. And so let us see how that one goes. So define next underscore song, and then let's just say that this is also a place where we have to put try except. Okay, so next song error. Here we can now say that the song index equals, which is the current song that is playing. So that should be, or the current selection of the song list widget. So that should be self.loaded song list widget dot current row. Okay, and then we can now say next underscore index should now be equal to song index and then we have to add one to it. And then we can now say that next song, is it? I think we can get a lot of things from our play here. I think these things should remain the same. Let's just go down, 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 and then paste it in. So the next song should now be equal to songs.song current song list and that's the next index. So all that we have to do here is all this, we have to change them to, okay. You have to change it to next song. So next song. Okay. So this should work for us. And yeah, let's see how it goes. Okay, sorry. So I'm playing Life is a Dream now. If I play next, bring up my volume. Oh, and I know you know because we have not connected, we have not made a connection. So let's go up here and now say that self.next btn.click.connect. Want to connect it to self.next song without the parentheses, and then let's see. Most of the times when I'm building these Qt apps, I forget to make the connection. I just forget to make the connection, and then I'll have to come back again. So now Life is a Dream is playing. Have you noticed that this outcome is not changing? Okay. And I never play next. It is playing Raising Me Higher. And you see that the selection is still on Life is a Dream. And that is a big problem because next time we play next, it will use this index to still play this Raising Me Higher. Let us fix that one. What we can do is that after we play the song, after everything, oh no. So let me get back to this. After we play the song, or after we play the song, obviously. So we can just say self.loaded song list widget dot set current row. This one. Set the current row to the next index. So now feeling happy. Best, and it plays Life is a Dream, and then moves the selection to that one and to Raising Me Higher also. And now to Tech Vibes, I'm expecting that I should get an error if I click on next again. Yes, it is inside here. This index is out of range. But the app didn't crash because of the try accept. The try accept that we use that caught the error for us. And that is why I really encourage you to use that one. We will fix this one very soon so that when it gets to the end of the queue, it will automatically restart. But for now, let's see how it goes. Okay, so I know you've thought of the previous, which should be just like this one, but you subtract one from it. So permit me to just copy everything like this. And then let's change all the next stuff to previous. If you're using Python and wondering why I'm doing all the selection at once, it's alternative J will do that for you. So previous song, and here we will just subtract one. But of course, we have not made a connection, so let's go up there. I'm very sorry for the occasional background noise. I don't know why they are now standing there making noise. So we can now say previous song. And then this one should be previous btn. Yep. So previous. Yep. So now we know that these stuff are also working. For the previous, it kind of works when you get to the top and you hit previous. It's actually playing Tech House Vibes, but it's not selected. You can see from here that it's playing Tech House Vibes. Fine. So I'm now playing Raising Me Higher. When I get to, but it doesn't go again. Yeah, because there's no selection. Now when it gets to Very Happy Christmas, check it. When I click previous, to play Tech House Vibes. Just that the selection. I don't know how it's able to do that and not do it for the next, but we will get all of them sorted out very soon. Okay, so you can see from there that what we are left to do next is to play, have the shuffle, the loop one, and then the random play. But I also want to draw your attention to something. For a professional grade application like this, you don't want to play the next and the previous song based on a selection. It is not so professional at all. And this is what I'm trying to say. If I click on feeling happy and I start playing it, and then I mistakenly come again and click on a very happy Christmas, or let me say raising me higher, and I click on the next button, it is playing feeling happy. And so I expect that the next song will be Life is a Dream, not Tech House Vibes. Because if we base our next based on the selection, then we have to be playing Tech House Vibes instead of Life is a Dream. So let me show you a way to get around that and make this app even more professional. Where our next song is, let's come to the function. And then we will now have to get the current song. And this is how we get it. For now, I'll maintain these ones for now. And I'll now say current media. That should be self.player.media. You remember that's what we are playing. Where is it? Where is the place we set the song? Yes, we set media, so we can get the media. So this one will give us the name of the thing that is playing. And for now, let me show you why I'll do what I'm doing. So current, this will be current song URL should be equal to current media, current media. What is wrong with my typing? Current media dot canonical URL, this one. And then we can access the dot path. But let's just pause and let's just comment everything. And then let me show you what we are doing. I don't want you to be typing blindly. So, I didn't do actually what I wanted to do. So I can now print the current song URL. Sweet. Next. I don't think it did mind me. Okay, it did. So this is what we get from the canonical URL. It brings up a QURL object. It's opening it. When I click it, it's opening it on my default player on my system. So we have to get this URL inside. And so how we do that is to say the dot path. Just give us the path. That is what we want. So let's see how it goes now also. And you see that we have a path here. But there's something wrong. Usually you see the path here that is running the file. It doesn't start with a backslash. So if we try to feed this one in as a path, there's a high chance that this thing might throw an error. It may give a problem. Fine, we may be able to use the OS model to normalize, or is it the num path? I don't know what is normalized path, but there's a num path here that we can use. But why not just put use Python indexing to get from position 1 up to the end. So this one will just forget the 0, 1, which is this, and then get us from the 1, which is the C, to the end. And that will give us the full path. If we try this one again, now it's super clean that we can use in our program. And so you know that we now have to compare this path to the existing files which are in songs.py. Where is that one? This one. The songs will be loaded here. So what we have to do is to compare, get the index. This particular path will be inside this song because the song is part of what we loaded. So all that we have to do is that get the index of this path or this song inside this particular list widget. Sorry, I keep on confusing them with the list widget. Inside this list. And then when we get that index, we can now use that index to play the next song. I don't know whether I'm explaining it as I ought to, but I hope, and I do hope that you understand. So let us get to the writing of the code. That one will do the job better. So all these things are not, some of them will be useful. So this one, of course, will not be useful. What we need to do here is that the song index now becomes song list widget, the current row, this current row will go away, and then we can now say dot index, which means that song the current row song with dot index. We want to find the index of the current song URL. This one. Is it the right thing that I'm doing? No, this is not the right thing. It should be songs dot current song list dot index of that, and that is, yeah. So this should do the trick. Let me see. So I will be playing Feeling Happy, but I'll intentionally select the Raising Me Higher and still go next. So if what we did is correct, then it should play Life is a Dream and not Tech House Vibes. And of course, it is playing Life is a Dream. If I select A Very Happy Christmas and go next, it is still playing Raising Me Higher because that is the song. So congratulations, now your application is professional grade 1. So we're still building it. We still need this particular piece of code, remember, in the previous also. So where did we get to? So let's just paste it and see where we have to do the edit. This particular one should go, and this one too should work just like that. So for instance, if I play Tech House Vibes and then put my cursor on Feeling Happy, I will not expect the previous to play A Very Happy Christmas but Raising Me High. And it did work. So irrespective of the selection, we still have this thing playing out nicely. And that is great. So what we have to do now is to see whether the song is how to loop only one song and how to play random. For that one, I would want us to modify this next song a bit. So we will keep this function, but it will not be this. And then, so for now, I want you to first copy or cut everything that you have in here. Don't worry, we'll replace it very soon. And then before the next song, this function, I want us to create 2 more functions, or even 3. The first one, we'll call it the default next. For now, let's do it this way. And then this one will be looped next. And then this one will be, shuffled next. Okay. So what we are trying to achieve here is that if the default next, at any point in time, only one of these next functions will render. And that depends on what the state of our application is. So if the person has clicked on the loop 1 button, then it's the loop next function that will render. If the person has clicked on the random or the shuffle, then it's that one that will play. Other than that is the default nest. So this function, that this code that we did cut, we have to now place it in here. So you can say default next error and then safely paste it in. So that will be our default next. Now let us work on the looped nest. For the looped nest, it wouldn't be so different from the default nest. In fact, if we let's say looped next and then paste it in, we just made some slight modifications. So for that one, you don't even need to bother ourselves with all of this because but there's a high chance that a person will click on the loop and then make a different selection from the select a different song from the list other than the one that is playing. So we still of course need our canonical URL, but this time around we will not add any next index. This is not needed. It will rather be song index. I hope I've not confused anyone, because we still need a song that is playing, so that if the person selects another song, we still have that song to play. And then this one, I don't think this one should be next song. Of course, the variable naming will not do so much of a harm, but it will not make the code that readable. So we can say song instead of the next song. I think this feature, that cool feature in Python, I thought it would help me. And let me delete all of this. I cannot use that my shortcut here because there's a high chance that will select another guest somewhere that I didn't intend it to. Okay, so this should work for the looped nest. And then for the shuffled nest, where's that one? Shouldn't also be so different from this one, just that for that one, still now try except to be safe. So shuffled next error. Do we need a current media? No, because this one we are even playing it in random. So we have to delete these two, and then we can, this is it. So song index, this one we don't even need up to this point. Delete up to this point, we don't need it. The next song should be a random figure. So we can now see that the next index here that you're making reference to here should be random. So random, which is a module that comes with Python by default. So random dot, we want a rand int, we want an integer. We are using integers to do the indexing. So rand int, and then we have to declare we want it from 0 to should be within the length of the song list, which the song list. If I say the song list without adding widgets, I'm referring to the one in here. So I may not say current all the time. That is why I'm still referring to it. So that up to the length of the song, so dot current song list. So any number from A to B can be the number that we pass in for the song to play. So that is it also for this one. It shouldn't really be a problem. But how do we know that? How do we know? I think there's an error somewhere. Highlight. One error. Where? Indent expected at line. Oh, okay. I get it. There should be an error there. That's what we are going to do now. So inside here, let's see. We have to call the globals that we use. So global looped. Remember, global is underscore shuffled. We'll use them. And then we just check. So if it's shuffled, then self.shuffled next. A leaf looped, then self dot, I know you've guessed it, so it's looped next, else, no, a leaf else, self dot default next. So if it is looped, do this. If it is shuffle, do this. If it is not, then it's the default next that we want to play. But as it stands now, we don't have any function that keeps track of the changes, keeps track or tells us whether our song has been looped or it has not been looped. So let's just create those functions here down there. Or they should even come before there. Anyway, should do, maybe after this ones. We just want to make sure that they, okay, I think I've stopped giving comments, it's not good. So function to loop the song. Define loop one song. Okay. So for this one, it's always good. I like this try except, forgive me, but it's a good practice. I must tell you, it saves you so that if you get an error in such an application, we'll be getting close to like 1,000 lines. If you get an error without this guide, it is difficult sometimes to figure it out. Some of the error will not even show at the terminal. It just says exit code is some large number, and then you now don't know where to fix it. So these things really come in handy. Looping song error. And then what we will do is, we still need a global. So global is shuffle. And then we need a global loop. Okay. And then now we can say if not looped, then let me explain what we are doing here. Here, let me pass for now. If I run this thing now, when I click on this to check it, I shouldn't be able to click on this one too at the same time. The buttons have been set such that they can be checked. That's why they are checked. I shouldn't have these two. So if I click on this one, only this one, then this one should be disabled, so I can't click on it. But if I come and click on it here, still being stubborn, then this one should now be disabled. So it should just be switching between the two. That is what we are trying to do here. So if not looped, then you can say looped. It's now true. Sorry, true. And then what we want to also do, let me bring this thing down so that you can have a view of most of the code in the viewport. And then now you can say self.shuffle. It's called shuffle songs btn. Yeah, it's just right there. Shuffle songs btn dot set enable to false, so that you can't click on it again. Else looped is false. And then, sorry, self.shuffle btn.set enabled this time around to true. So this is the idea behind it, and we will need a similar thing for the shuffle. So let me just copy this one in here. Yep, we need it down there. So function to shuffle, shuffle the songs or something like that. So we want to define shuffle, shuffle underscore playlist. And then paste this in. But what we'll be doing is to just be changing this loop into a shuffle. Again, with my shortcut alternative J, I think that is for Windows. On Mac, there should be that's equivalent, the same thing. And then here it will be loop 1 btn. So loop 1 btn, that is the name that we gave in the UI file. So if you change it, just be sure that you use those names appropriately. So if I click on it to see loop 1 btn, if I shuffle, should I shuffle songs btn is there? Okay. So for the shuffle, it prevents the loop button. For the loop, it prevents the shuffle button. What this is, so that we get an error, we can shuffling. No, that should do. And now we have to connect them up here. So self dot shuffle, this equals shuffle songs btn dot click dot connect. Want to connect it to self dot shuffle playlist. And then in similar manner, self dot loop 1 btn dot click dot connect. We want to connect it to self dot loop 1 song. So let's try it out and see. Now if I click on this, you see that when I bring my cursor on, usually when it is active, the cursor should be a pointer and the hover effect should happen. But when I bring it, you see that it's not. So I cannot click on this until I uncheck this. Where is it? I uncheck it before I can come and click on this. And now this one too, I can't even click. If I click on it, it will not deactivate this. Yes. But you can bring in that logic such that if a person comes to click here, it will deactivate this one. That is set the global or the variable to false, and then now activate this one. But I will not do that at least in this build. But I think you get the explanation I was trying to give. If you want it that way, you can now be setting the states here. So, but that will make the condition a little deep and complex. But I think I'm okay with how it looks like now. What is left is that we have to now try the next playing of the next actually. We are just testing the buttons. My songs are not many, so the random may not really play like we want it to, but let's just see. So I'll click on this and then now press next. Okay, I know immediately that it did work because Escape Life is a Human played Raising Me Higher. Let me see. Playing Feeling Happy again. As this vision. Okay, now it's playing A Very Happy Christmas. Again, it's playing it again. So now we know that the random works, at least because my songs are very small. If you have plenty songs, that should do. And then I think we should check the loop also. So I'll play Feeling Happy now. And then uncheck this. When it is loop, let me click next. It started playing again. You can see that I clicked it. Not that I didn't, I just put the cursor on it. I did not click it. I clicked it because you know that the slider started again at 0, but this time around it's still playing Feeling Happy. You can see that. Again, start at 0. So our loop is also working. Did you work on it for the previous song? The previous song doesn't need, no. The previous doesn't need those things. It doesn't need those things. But you can also testify that for some of the music players we have out there, when the song gets to the end of the line, it kind of plays the next song, unless maybe the user sets some settings not to let that happen. And because we are building an advanced player, we can do that also. So now if I click on feeling happy, I just want it to get to the end of the song, end of the like it should finish playing. Now it's done. But you can see that there is still some 1 second here still to be catered for. But in the memory or in the brain of Qt, this is done. So what we can do is that there are 2 ways, but I'll show you how to work best. The first way is that we can check. So if this time here, you remember we are printing some duration and the current time in our terminal. So we can just say that if the 2 are the same, then go to the next song. But we just saw from here, I've dragged this slider to the very end. I don't know whether your end it will work, but mine is still showing 227 instead of 228. So instead of worrying ourselves with getting these durations to match, we can easily write one function by the help of Qt, and this thing will be catered for. So that function, I'll put it before the move slider, and I can say function to determine the end of the song. But as I said, you can also manually go around this one and compare the times, but I did it didn't really work for me because of that 1 second. Usually that has to be catered for, and I think it does it in microseconds. And you saw when I printed it that it didn't start from 0, it started from 500 and something, and so it may be that at the end it didn't really match up to the value. Maybe it was 200 milliseconds short, but because that time is so insignificant to, let's say, the whole 5 minutes or the 10 minutes or the 3 minutes of the song, and nothing may really happen. But in the cases where we want to do exact comparison, like compare the times and move on to the next song, that particular thing is very, very significant because the computer can process up to that minute detail. So this function, we'll call it song underscore finished. And then we need to keep track of something. So we can say status here. And then we can say if status equal to kill media player dot end of media, and it's just so simple like that. So that one, Qt can easily tell us that I'm done playing the song. So that one I can just say self dot next song. So it will now trigger the next song, which if we come to look at it, it's just that it's just we'll be checking all these things and then playing the next song. So you just have to make a connection here. And this one would be self dot player dot media status changed. Media status change. This one. So when the media status is changed, we want to connect it to self.song finished. You remember that we created a function just a few seconds ago. Finished. Great. So this one should work. So I'll drag it to the end and I'll expect it to play the Life is a Dream because that is the default next. Okay. Let's wait and see. And it is playing Life is a Dream. So, but if, let me just say loop it and see if, no, sorry. It started playing again, but it's now still playing Life is a Dream. Let me loop it again and see. still playing that. So let me now play it randomly and see. Did I click pause somewhere? Okay, it's now playing. Okay, now it's playing Christmas. Let's see. Now it's playing the Raising Me Higher. So the random also works, and now our app looks more professional. I forgot to bring anything here to control this particular behavior. But if you want to do that, you can add one button, maybe anywhere here, or maybe to this playback, anywhere you deem fit. And then you can connect a function so that if the person clicks on it, or if that particular, you can make it checked like this. That one can easily be done in here. So you see this particular button here. You can now come and set the checkable properties to true, and that will do it. So when you do that, then you just run the PyQt5 command again. You have the button showing, and then you can now keep track that if the button is checked, like we've done for these ones, if it is checked, you can give a global state to keep track of that also. So if it is checked, then when the song gets to the end, you should go to the next song. Other than that, you just stop, or you shouldn't go. Or like you should call the song finish function, something like that. But I wouldn't be doing that for this video. But I hope you get the idea I'm trying to bring up. So now we have all these ones down here sorted out. The only thing we have to do on this page is to create functionalities for these two buttons and also these two buttons. And for the favorites and playlists, yes, we have not done it because we can only do it when we get to these places. I just want to do it one step at a time so that we don't get ourselves confused. But if you have not liked the video yet, please be sure to smash the like button and share it to your friends who also might be interested. Okay. So what we have to do next is the songs that are removing and those ones. That should be quite easy to do. Let's come down. The same indent, yes. Okay. So remove one song. And then we will call it remove selected song. For this one, as always, I'll try except block to remove selected song error. And here what we want to do is current index now equal to, sorry, this one we need the index, so self.loaded song list widget dot current row. And all that we have to do is to get it off the list that we have and then from the list widget itself. So first from the list widget, so self.loaded song list widget dot take item. That is how we remove an item from it, and we can say current index. And then we can now also pop it from the list itself. So that will be songs dot current song list dot pop current index. So this should remove it for us. And then we can, let's work on the remove all songs also, because it should be very similar to this one, just that whenever I copy paste, I don't know why the indentation goes off. So this one will be remove all songs as you have guessed. Let's make the English right. So this one, we don't even need the current index. So all that we need to do is to clear all of them. So here, let me just type it. Have a self dot loaded song list widget dot clear, and then self dot songs dot current song list dot clear. But there's one very important thing we have to do before we clear this once. We have to stop the song, because we can clear it and there will still be a media in the memory of the player for you to play. So what we want to do is to stop the song first. So self.stop song before. Because if you clear everything, you shouldn't have something to play. Yeah. Okay, so that is it. Also, so this one remove all songs, not selected. All songs error. Sorry. Okay. Let's see how it goes. Now we have to come up here and do our connections. It's still on the default page, so we can put it down here. Delete something. How is that delete selected BTN? Yep, this one. Let's confirm the name. Yes, delete selected BTN dot clicked dot connect. We want to connect it to self dot say remove one song. Remove selected song, yeah. The code is growing large and I'm beginning to just forget things that we just did a minute ago. So this one will be, I think it will be delete all songs BTN. This one will be remove all songs. Okay, so let's just run it and see. Bring in and then make a selection, feeling happy. It's gone. Tech House Vibes is gone, and all of them are gone. But this, of course, is not the way we should do it. Because what if the user was just testing the functionality without any intention of removing the song? So we can put some checks, maybe a pop-up asking a question if you want to delete it or not, before we go ahead and then do that. So that's our app will be professional grade as it's supposed to be. Okay, so what we want to do first is to check, so if self.loaded song list widget dot count is 0. That means there is nothing in there, nothing has been loaded, the app has been opened fresh or something like that. We can now say kill message box. This is the first time we are using this thing here. Kill message box dot information to show the user some information. The first that we have to pass in is self, and then the second is the title of the window that should come. So we can now say that remove selected song. And then the next is the message that will show in that particular small window. So now we can now say that playlist is empty. Okay. So let's test out the remove one and see. No. And after that, then just return. It's very necessary. So let's test this one out. So we know that playlist is empty, and that is great. But if we have songs in there, then this one around it should work. Tech House. Okay. You have guessed right. This same thing should be inside the remove all songs. So you have to check those ones also. So playlist is empty. But this place, we also want to just give some small caution to the user. In the case where the playlist is not empty, you shouldn't go ahead and immediately remove all the songs. So we have to throw a question to the user, and then if the user agrees to that, oh, it's not a mistake, I was not testing the button or the functionality, I'm just deleting everything, then we'll go ahead and then delete it. So that's one. This is how we are going to do it. Let's just call it question. You can name it anything. I just want to name it so that the code will be readable. Question equal to kill is the same kill message box, but this one we are asking a question. Self as always, and then the title here should be remove all songs. Disadvantage of copy and paste, remove all songs. Okay, so change that one also. And here you can say this action will remove all songs from the list or something like that. And it cannot be reversed. If anything like that, let's just click the backslash n, or you can put whatever English you want to put there. That is what I want to tell the user. And here I can now say continue. That means if you want me to, do you want me to continue? That will be the question. So we can come down and say that if question equal to, sorry, that this is not JavaScript, queue message box dot yes. The person chooses yes. That is when we want to do these things. Other than that, it will not even do anything. So after passing in these things, there's another thing that we can pass, which is the buttons that should appear on this pop-up that is showing. So we can say queue message box dot yes, separate it with a pipe, and say queue message box dot cancel. And then if you want to add more, you can add more. Let me show you. So you can say queue message box dot no, but you bring a comma after everything that you want to add, and then the default that you want it to be selected, so that in case the user presses enter, what should happen? Because one of the buttons will be selected by default, the focus. So when the user hits enter key, what should happen? So we just want to save the user from removing all songs, so we can just say that now the default is queue message box dot cancel. As long as it's not equal to yes, this one will not work. So let us try out this particular one also. Before then, playlist is empty. Now playlist is now empty. I click on it. It says remove all songs. This action remove all songs from I cannot be reversed. You see that the default is what I was talking about. Now we have yes, no, and cancel. I can click on cancel or press enter because it's selected by default. But if I come here and then remove the no, because I don't even know the function of it over there. And the low songs again, you see that the no did not come. So if you want to add any buttons, you can do add them there. Okay, I've forgotten all the buttons that are there, but you can test it and see queue message box dot, usually using PyCharm or any editor should give you all this pop-up. See the buttons that you want there. So abort, accept, there are many buttons that you can just go through them and all that. So they should go. Now it's okay. So let's see what is left now here to do. I think for now, what we have to do is, for this page is done, except this add to favorites and add to playlist. So now now when we click this, it doesn't move us to the playlist page, it's still at the song list page. So let's create the functions that will move, that will help us navigate the different pages. The first one will be switch to favorites, and the name will be the same thing. So switch to favorites. And it's so easy. So self.stack widget, that is the name of the widget that houses all of them. .set current index, set current index to be, the favorite is 2, because it uses the same way that Python does the indexing. So this song list that we see here, the index is 0. This playlist is index the playlist part is index 1 and this is 2. For the favorites, what you have to pass in here is 2. But if we go ahead and this is redundant, duplicate this. So annoying that I have to be the tabbing again. And this place switch to playlist. Switch to playlist. Let's just add the word tab so that we know that that is what we are doing. So switch to tab. Okay. And what we want to do is the playlist is 1. Okay. And then the default page, so that is, you can call it a song list tab. So switch to song list tab, playlist tab, favorites tab. Switch to, let's just make this one songs tab. And this index should be 0. Just hope that we've done everything right. Okay. And then now we have to now connect these functions to the buttons that are handling them. There's our connections. Still on the default page, which is the song list page. That's what I mean by default page here. This one was the name, song list btn, playlist btn, and then favorite btn. So self.songlist btn.clicked.connect to self.switch to songs tab. This one. And then we can duplicate this and then say playlist btn. That will be switched to playlist tab. And then this one will be favorites btn switch to favorites. No. Switch to favorites tab. Okay, so let's see if we can successfully navigate. Now if I click here, I come to the playlist that it's rendered it in. I can click here, go to favorites, and that is great. Okay. Where we have gotten to, we are coming to interact with the database. We will use the default SQLite database. I will not be using, so if you shouldn't think we are coming to install the SQL Workbench or PostgreSQL, the PG admin and those ones. We use the SQLite. And so I'll let us create another file. Sorry if it's becoming plenty. This one we'll just call it db functions. I can spell functions right. db functions. I'll add it later, Python. And this is where all our database functions will be, because all the things that we are left to do now is interactions with the database. And I will recommend that you get a particular software. Don't worry if you don't understand SQL or if you've not used SQLite before. I will explain every step of the way. And yes, so please search for DB browser for SQLite. That is the software I will be using to view the database, because I want you to really understand what is going on. And so if you search it, you see the first link, it should look like this. When you click on it, it should take you here. In the downloads, look for your operating system and then do the installation. If you have another app that can view SQLite files too, fine, you can use that one. But this is what I will be using, and so you can also do that. For now, we don't have the database file here. So what we want to do is, no, we will not create it manually. It's the code that will create it but I'm looking at how we can go about it. I think we should have a, instead of leaving the file in there, let's just create a directory, call it .dbs. So this is the folder where our database file will be. So this is what we want to do. We need to import OS here. We also need to import SQLite 3. It comes with Python. You don't have to install anything. The only thing that you had to install was the PyQt5 and the PyQt5 tools. And so let's just create a database directory. The reason I'm doing this, let me just finish it before I tell you why, because that will make more sense. Database path.join. I want to get os.getCwd, and I want to join it to .dbs, which is the directory we just created. And then you can now see that app database is equal to os.path.join, not a link, but join. We want to join database directory to what? To the name of the database, which I'll call app_db.db. So whatever name you want to give it should be this. And then this is the extension. It's very necessary to make sure it comes. So if you are calling it a different name apart from appdb, that is fine, but just make sure that you add the extension, the .db. Good. The reason why I didn't just pass this in as a direct path, but like this, is that if you package your application to someone, probably it's something that you'll be willing to give to your friends to try out for you because you've done really, really great. Because look at the application you are building. When the system they are using defines path in a different way, you may maybe use .dbs/app_ blah 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 blah. What if some of the paths actually use this /? So if you use it hard-coded, you may fall into trouble. But if you do it this way, the program will look at the system's style and then use that one for you. So you should be safe all the time. So the first function that we will create here, the command will be create the database or a database table. And you understand very soon. And so the function is to define create database or database table shop. And then it will only take in the table name here. I want to restrict it to a string. Okay. This is how we do it. So you can say C, people usually use C and all those ones, but I just want to make it connection. Defines the connection. It says SQLite.connect, and then we can connect to app database. What this one will do is that it will connect to it if it exists, and if it doesn't exist, it will create it. So on the first instance, when we run the application, to create a database, but for other times that the database exists that we have not deleted it, it will connect to it. So that is why the function's name is create database or database table. So I've explained the create database part. Let me explain the database table part. And so we can say cursor equal to connection.cursor. Usually when you are using database, like MySQL Workbench or so, you will be using your cursor to be clicking things around. Think of the cursor here that we are creating, like that particular cursor you have to move around and clicking buttons. But this one, you are not there to do it, so you are employing this cursor guy to do it for you, all in code. You can now say cursor.execute. So we want to execute a particular SQL query. And for now, usually bring 3 double quotes, and let's see. Very soon we'll open the database app, and then for now we don't have it, so let me just type it now and I'll explain. So we can say create table if not exists. Sorry, exists. So to complete. And then I'll pass in the table name here. Sorry. Table name. As soon as I hit enter, Python added the F in front. It should be an F string. I forgot at first. Make sure it's an F string. And then here we can want to create a column. It looks like an Excel sheet. So the database will be stored. The data will be stored in kind of cells, should I say so? And then the column name that we want where our songs will be stored. So the column where all the songs will be stored, row by row. We want to call it, bring it open and close parentheses, and then I'll call it song for that particular column. And then the data type should be text. So in Python, we say like a string. This one will not be a number, it will not be a blob or anything like that. It's just a text. So raw text like we are typing. And then it is good practice that after we are done what we are doing, we now have to connection.commit to commit the changes to the database. It's like saving the changes. If you don't do that, it will not save. And then now we can say connection.close so that we prevent file integrity errors in case the database file is being used by another application like you'll be seeing here. Okay, so now that we have this, now we have to come into our main.py file. And then after globals, we can do something here. We can just say database stuff, or something like that, appropriate name. And then we can now say create database or database table. And now you know you can pass in the table name here. We pass in favorites. And that is because this is our favorites. And let me import it. So Python does it for me. If yours is not imported, be sure you import it. And that is because I think I didn't explain that part well. So when the app creates at first, the database is fresh. Our favorite database table should always be there because we'll be adding songs to favorite. Even if you don't want to add it, should be there for that purpose. And so anytime that it runs the app, it checks and the database is created. It also checks if the table is not existing, if the user has used any other software to delete it, it should bring it back, because if it is not there, to throw errors in our code when we want to run favorite functionalities. So for now, I see my DBS has no file in there. When I run the application, close it. Now there's something in there which is appdb _db. So let me open up the database, the DB browser software quickly, then we see how we can use that one. This is the DB browser. You are probably seeing a light theme. Using a dark theme, I've just customized it. I think it should be at view. I did it somewhere, maybe I've really forgotten where I did it. But I think it's at preferences. Application style, dark style. Yeah. I like the dark theme. And then we can open a database here. But let's go to our directory where our DBS is here. I want to copy this file path for easy navigation. And then click on Open Database. Paste it in. Go. Now it's here. And you see that there's a quick statistics that we have one table. Let's go favorites. It has only one column, which is song, and that is great. And if we come to the Browse Data tab here, we can select which table we want to browse the data from, and then we use it here. So for now, let's close connection to our database. It is good to know that the database has been created and there's the table in there. So what we want to do now is we create the function to add a particular song to favorite so that we see how it appears in our database also. But before we do that, inside our DB functions, we have to create function that will handle that. So that should be Okay, so add song to database table. I didn't correct this database table. Here, we will take in the song, which is a string. We will also take in the particular table, which is a string, but the app database, the database, sorry. The database, why do I keep on forgetting the A? The database should be equal to the app database. Okay, and these things will be very, very close to each other, so permit me to copy and comfortably paste it here. It is this part that will change. So the execute, we can just get rid of this. And then what we want to do here is say insert into, and this is the SQL, the language to interact with the database. So it's just very close to English, more simpler than Python itself. So insert into, and then what we want to insert, the table name, we give it here. Of course, it should be lowercase. We insert into table. Oh, I was expecting the autocomplete to do it for me. I'm going to do it myself. Insert into table, and then what we want to insert into the table. After this one, we just say value, because there can be multiple insertions, but this is a singular one. We want to insert, and then we bring this open and close parenthesis and put a question mark inside. And let me explain it. If our file or our database had maybe 3 columns, we put 1, 2, and maybe 3. We separated by commas. You get what I'm trying to mean. We would have been putting them there. But because this is just a single column called song, you just be inserting 1. And this is, of course, also the thing we are inserting. But after this string, we have to put a comma here and tell the database what is it that we are inserting. We've told it that this is the data that is coming, but to which particular column, or sorry, this is the table that's the target table. If I should come in simple terms, this is the target table. But what is the data that is coming? The data is the song, but you have to put it in a tuple here as a song. I forgot the caps lock. Song. But don't forget to bring a comma afterwards. So that's the SQL. And this is the parameter. So SQL, the code that the database will understand, and this is the parameter that is going in. Be careful to bring this comma, other than that you get a lot of errors. It is a single file, but you still have to treat it like multiple or something like that. So that should do for us. You commit, you close. Yep. Back inside our main, down here, let me just say favorite functions. And this one will be add song to favorites. Okay. That always wants to format my code for me. I don't know why I like to click on it all the time. And so we can just call it add song to favorites. So df add song to favorites. And here we have to get a particular song. So the current index. So add the song to favorites. We get a current index. So self.loaded song list widget dot current row. And then we say if current index is none. You can be adding things that you have not clicked on. If current index is none. That means the user have not checked anything, but it's just clicked on add to favorites. Then, because you can right click on some place where there is no song and the person will use add to favorites. So we want to prevent that. So hero message box dot information. You can make it a warning too, but I don't think I would use the warning. So self, and then here we can say the title will be add songs to favorites. And then we can say select a song to add to favorites. So you should select a song. And then as usual, we return so that we break out of this particular operation. Okay. But if that is not the case, then we want to try. And then here we can say adding song to favorites error. Okay. Here we can just say that the particular song, we have gotten the index already, song equal to songs dot current song list widget, and that particular index. So get that particular song at that index. And then here you can say add, we call it add song to database table. I think so. You can see here the song equal to, the Python import it for me. So be sure to import that one. So you can see the song equal to, let's be safe, and pass it here as song, and F string, and then we can say table should be equal to favorites. Yes, so this should do. Usually, if it is successful, you may want to show some info here. Information, maybe let's convert this to an F string. And say os.path.basename song. Oh, where is this? Was successfully added to favorites. So that we know that the operation was successful. This is not a button that should be handling this request. This is not a button. This button will be handling the request of adding the particular playing song to favorites. But for now that we don't have the context or the pop-up menu to select the one that we will actually use the action, let us use that button for now. So now we will come away from the favorites. Let's just give it favorites so that we know that we are keeping track of. If you are looking for something, you just find it easily. So self dot, even though it's at the default page. Okay, let me put it at the default page. But at the bottom here. After this one. So self dot, what's the name? Add to 5 btn dot clicked dot connect. We want to connect it to self dot add song to favorites. Yep. So let's just test it out and see. And we can verify whether it was added by viewing it from our DB browser app. A very happy Christmas add to favorites. A very happy Christmas was successfully added to favorites. And we will confirm it. And maybe you like it that way, but seriously, I don't like it this way. that every time I add to favorite, this particular thing should pop up. So I just showed you that it can be done. I'll comment it in case you need it from the code. It will be on GitHub, but I don't like it that way. So let's me load more songs. Just want to add plenty things so that you can see how to favorite, how to favorite, how to favorite, how to favorite multiple times, how to favorite. Okay, now let's come back. Open database, takes us back, it's intelligent. Come to this browse data site and voila, you see that all these ones are there. Let me show it. So that is there, they have been added. I intentionally added the feeling happy multiple times. So now that we know that we can add to our favorites, what we can do is to now load songs from our database to our favorites tab. Okay. So let's see how we load those ones. Usually it's advisable to close the database, especially when we are going to use this elsewhere. We don't want any file integrity errors. In case any modifications have to occur, it will not allow us. So that's one we have to come to the DB functions, and then the function to get all the songs from a particular database table. Or we should just go ahead and then write all the DB functions. I'll be explaining them, and then we will not just be switching between files. That will save us a lot. I think so. Yeah, so now we can add to favorite, create database, those ones. Okay, so the next one that we want to do is, so the one is, we want to delete song from a database table. So we want to delete a particular song. That one I'll hold on to it for now because I want to show you some SQL trick, a problem, and a solution. So we can go ahead and delete all songs rather first. Delete all songs from the database table. Okay. The same old stuff. So permit me to copy and comfortably paste it here. So define delete all songs from database table or something like that. And this one too, we need a table which is a string, and then the database which will be equal to app database. And so I will paste what I copied. Connection is the same, but here we just have to say delete from. We don't need this. So say delete from, and then the table name comes. That is all. We have no parameters to pass. Okay. Okay. And this will delete all songs from the database table for us. The next that we are working on is to fetch all songs from a particular database table. So since they are almost all the same, let me just duplicate. Fetch all songs from a database table. We will still need the table and then the database, and this one will now be select, and the column name should come. So select the column name, should be song from then the table name. But how this will come is it will bring it as a tuple of tuples. So this is how it will come. It's not a list, a big list, of tuples or tuple of tuples, something like that. But in any case, it looks like this. So item, and I think it's either the index or the row or for some kind of ID, but this is how it brings them for us. But I've forgotten the second thing here. But this is the item that we are looking for. Then the ID or some index or row will follow. So you have to now find a way of getting only the items into a particular list, and we use a list comprehension for that. So we can say that now songs should be equal to, well, let me say song data. Song data should be equal to cursor.fetch all. Fetch all of them for us. And then now you can say data equal to, now let's comprehension. So song 0, sorry. One of them is missing. For song in song data. So as I showed you the structure, is that we fetch the first item for every item in the song data. And then we can now return this data after closing the connection. So return data. So that will come in as a single Python list, and that shouldn't be a problem to work with. Now we can, there's a place where we also get all the tables in a particular database, especially when we are creating a new playlist. I don't want us to really come back to this file again. So let's get that function also done. And that will be get all tables in the database. And so we define get playlist tables, because we only use it for the playlist, so we can just name it like that. And this one will not even take in anything. And if you are actually given this here app database here, I don't think this particular database will be necessary. Yeah, because it's just redundant. We are not using it for anything. Yes, we don't need a database. In fact, if you can use that particular parameter inside the byte, it will still be redundant. So, because it's just this file, there's no where to get it from. But the usual things will go on to our connection will still be equal to SQLite3, and then dot connect. We connect the app database, and then here, cursor also cursor go to connection dot cursor. There's like an execution that will be a little different. So cursor dot execute, and in here, this is how we will write it. This one we're not fetching from a particular table or anything like that. In fact, I think you should appreciate it more if I do some of these things in the DB browser. Now let's open the database. And there's a place where you can bring a query builder or something like that. Execute SQL here. So if I say select, I just hope you see it clearly, select star. That means everything from favorites. And I think Control Enter should execute it for me. Of course, because this place is this particular software, you may not really see the tuple and tuple stuff I was talking about, but if you fetch it in Python raw like that, that is what you see. So we see all the things here returned. But what if you want the tables? So that's one, the syntax is a bit different from this. We just have to say select star, the same star, that means we want to get everything. But this one from SQLite underscore master, and then we can now say where type equal to table. So if the type is table, then get it for us. So let's see. Then now you see that it gave us the favorites. If we create any dummy table inside there, it will come back to life. Let's just try and see the database structure tables. Can we create a new table from here? Let's create table. Yes, so let's just call it dummy, and then the field let's call it name, and that is all. So okay, now we have two tables in there. We have not written the changes to our database, so nothing will happen at the front end for Python. But if we come back to our SQL and now execute it again, so that now we have two things returned. So this name is what we'll be targeting and then using in our program. So let me revert changes. Yes, so now when I come back, I shouldn't see that particular table again. And then, so that is the syntax that will get us. Can copy it and then come back to Python. Where is it that we are getting? Just paste it in here safely. And this will get us all the table. So you saw how it came, so we have to now work around it. So tables equal to, you saw that it came as a, this one will return, if we are fetching it raw like that in Python, to return like a tuple of tuple, each of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Each of them will come in, so a tuple of tuples, each tuple represents a row, and each row has 5 elements in it and all that. But we now also have to get it by a list comprehension. So we can say table underscore name, and you see that one was the second object, so it's the second one, so we can get it by the first index. So that's the name. You can get it by the first index. So table name, the first one, for table name in tables. So that will also give us just that particular, oh, I didn't get that one, so no. Okay, let me just go table names should be equal to cursor dot fetch all, and then this one should be table names. Great. So this one will just give us a list of all the tables, and it will be easier for us to work with in Python. But you can actually see that this is a very dangerous, potentially dangerous code. So what we want to do is to wrap it in a try except block. So let me just paste this one in here. So error getting table names. But this exception will not be a broad exception like this. We can actually target it like SQLite dot error. So if there's any error, you should just let us know. Error fetching table. And this one will have a finally. The finally is that connection dot close. So whatever happens, just close the connection for us. Okay. But if it is successful, then we have to return tables. So return tables so that we can use it. Great. And the next one that we want to do is to delete from a database table. So no, delete the table itself. So delete database table. That will come in handy when we want to delete a particular playlist, because a playlist will each be a table in the database. And this one we can borrow from here or something like that. So define delete database table, and we need a table, of course, which should be a string. And this place will be drop table and then the table name. So drop table, that is how we delete a table. Just drop table and then the table name follows. That is it. So you don't need all of this. And that should do it for us. And I wanted to show you, saying the delete one, we didn't work on that one. Where is it? If we did, if I should duplicate this. Oh, no. I sometimes get confused between the PyCharm shortcut and the VS Code shortcut. And so this is the delete all. So delete, how do we call it? Delete song. Delete song from database table. Everything remains the same until this executes, but and I'll show you why. Now let's come back here. Hope we have not closed it. Yes, we have not closed it. We have to delete by the item name. So let's also select everything from favorites. And then let's run it. You see that we get them here like this. So that's why I added a feeling happy multiple times is what I'm about to show you. If I click this and then copy it here, and I say delete from favorites, favorites, and then I can say where song equal to, and then I paste this one in. That's if I write the syntax like this, I'm telling the database to delete a particular song from this table where the song is this. That's what you have to pass in, because you're not keeping track of it by IDs. That will be a little bit difficult. But if you want to do that, you can do that if you understand the database language. But I just want to show this one also. So if I run this query now, and then let's say afterwards, you want to select everything from favorite. So select star from favorite. Okay, so let me select this line and then Control Enter. It has been executed successfully. And now let's run this one also. You see just what just happened. It removed every instance of that particular item from the database. So even if we right click on an index in our favorite list widget that we want to remove, as long as that particular index, we will fetch the particular song from the song list. If there are 5 of them in there, to delete everything. It will not use that, because we use the song name, not the index. So we'll pass the song name in here. And how we'll get it is that we get an index that has been clicked on in the favorite list widget and use it to fetch the particular song from the list, and then use the list, the value we get to delete it like we have passed in manually here. But how do we go about it if we want to add a song multiple times to favorite? Because maybe we just want the song to be playing for 100 times or a number of times, and we can work around that one. So let me revert all the changes. Yes. And then you will see that we have our feeling happy here. Is that there are a total of 12 rows now. So feeling happy comes in. Let me show you how we can delete without causing this particular trouble. So delete from favorites. The song is what we will cut for now. Delete from favorites. Oh, why am I not coming back? In this place, we can say where row ID equal to. We can open and close parentheses here. And then we can now say select the minimum of row ID. This row ID comes in default because the database keeps track of all the items we place in by their IDs. It gives it to them, even though it may not really show it here, but it does give it to them. You can think of the row IDs as these ones at the left-hand side here. And now we can now see from favorites, and then see where song equal to. Okay, I think I should be bringing things down to the next line. So where row ID equal to this, favorites, where song equal to this, where song equal to this. So let me try and explain again. So we are deleting from favorites where, instead of passing the song in directly, we want to get all the row IDs. They will all be returned. So for the feeling happy, that particular object will have the row IDs from 4 to 11. And so it will get all of them for us. So we want to select the minimum from it. You can actually select the maximum here also, or something like that. It will also work. But in all cases, we are targeting to select only one value from it. So if it should take the minimum, to take the 4 from that particular favorite, and then it will delete that one. So it uses this to check how many rows have this. Oh, I got 5 rows. Okay, starting from where? Starting from index 4 to index 11, or index 4 to something. And then, okay, then pick the minimum row ID. What is it? And it is 4. Okay, then delete the item at 4. So hopefully, if we did this thing very, very right, if I select this, terminate it with a semicolon, and I run it, okay, execution finished with errors. That means we have some errors in our code. Delete from favorites where row ID equal to select minimum row ID, and this one was not supposed to be there. Apologies, because there's not even closing anywhere. So when we execute this, it's still getting us some error. So where row ID, okay. That one should be here, but there should be another one that closes it here too. Yeah, there should be another one that closes it here too. So I think that in this case it really makes more sense. So delete from row ID where, and then which of the row IDs do you want to delete? So row ID equal to, and then all these things will be executed. So get this particular value, all the row IDs for the value, and select the minimum from it. So now I think all the errors have been fixed. Forgive me for the errors. And now we have execution finished without errors. You remember they were 12. Now let's run it again. They are 11 now. If I revert changes, yes, and select everything from favorites, we get 12. But if I run this, select, now we have 11. So now we've worked around when there are multiple songs in the playlist and in the favorite, and the person just wants to delete one of them. So let's just copy this and comfortably paste it here. I think we can format it well here. Okay, but this one will not be this. It will be, are we passing into without a song? Impossible. So song, but the song will also be a string. Okay, so delete from, this is where the table comes in. And then here we also pass in the song. That looks good to me. And I think that is all that we have to do here. If any of them is left behind, we'll come and do it, but I think that is all. So now let's work on the functionality to delete a database, delete song from favorite. I think if we have to do that, then we have to now work on the pop-up menus or the context menus. But for now, let's just make sure that whatever we have in our favorite can be loaded into our application. So before the add song to favorites, we can say load favorite songs, and then the function will be load underscore favorites into app. Okay. And then favorite songs, so we can say favorite songs will be equal to, remember we created a function that says fetch all songs from database table. That is what we'll be using. So fetch underscore all songs from database table, and then we pass in the table name, which is favorites. So be sure to import this. Oh, fetch all song. This is not how we named it. From database, I didn't bring the A. Fetch all songs from database table. Fetch them quick. Okay, that's imported it for me. So now this will give us all the songs. And then we can now say songs.favorites, song list widgets dot clear, because we'll be appending. And why we are clearing it is that anytime we remove a song from the favorite, we have to now load the favorites again back into the application. So if there's already an existing list inside the song list, the favorite list widget, it will not affect it. The database will not affect it. So what we have to do is that we have to now clear it and then add a new one so that the changes will be effected at the user's side. That is why we are clearing it before. Or if I comment it out, I think the effect will explain it better. And then here we can say self dot favorite list widget dot clear, favorite list widget also dot clear, but we will comment that one out for now. And then we can now say, because I want you to understand it well, so for favorite in favorite songs, we want to append it to the favorite song list widget inside songs so that we can play from favorites if we want to. So songs.favorites.append favorites, and we also want to append it to the list widget. So self.favorite song list widget.add item. Add item, we want to add a favorite also. So until we connect it or call it at the top there, when we go to favorite, we will not see anything, even though we have stuff in our database. Empty. But what we have to do is to come up here when we have the database stuff. Where is it? And then we can call self.load favorites into app. That should fix it. Now when you come to favorites, you see all our songs and you immediately know what is wrong. So let's go down and fix it. First is to where is it? Here. So it should be os.path.basename of favorite, and that should fix it. And then they are all here. You can scroll up and down also. And yes, that is it. But you can see also from the finished version that there was some favorite icon here. And you know how we did it for the song list widget. So let's just bring this one down. Okay, you know that you have to add it to a kill list widget item, which will take the kill icon, and then we can go to our Qt designer and copy the path. But for now, let me bring this. Okay, I think I forgot the shortcut. Let me just copy and paste it there. Okay, so let's go back. Look for the icon. It's this one. Copy path, and then paste it in. So this should work. Let's see. And then everything is now beautiful like that. Sweet. Okay. Oh, okay. There's a button here to delete the favorite. So let's just work on functionality to delete some song from favorite, and now you understand why we had to bring these things here. So add song to favorite. I think this thing should be very similar to the delete song from favorite or remove song from favorite. But I will not copy and paste. So I think we have one indentation in, and then we can now say remove song from favorites. Okay. You remember we had to perform some check to when we were deleting the items from. So we have to perform this check again, so that if it is empty, you don't just be worrying the database with connections without any work. So if this one will be favorites, if it is empty, say remove song from favorites, and then we can say favorites list is empty. Then we return. Other than that, we want to get the current index also. So the current index, which should be equal to self.favorites list widget dot current row. And then we can say if current index is none, then the person has not selected, or it's something like that. So we can just show a queue message box here. Once again, I'm sorry for the background noise, occasional background noise. I think some work is going on. And remove song from favorite. This place will be select a song to remove from favorite. Okay. The return, okay, we can keep it there. Other than that, we want to do try. It's a necessary thing. So removing from favorites error. And here we can now say song, the song that we want to remove now. We have the current index at the top there. So song equal to songs dot favorite list widgets. Remember, we'll be playing these ones from the favorite song list widget. So you have to remove it from using that particular list. And then we want to get the current index. So we have a function here called delete song from database table. Where is it? Here. So that is what we use here. Just call it, and then make sure I import it. And then here the song will be song, and then the table favorites. Okay. Because we want the thing to refresh on the application, we just have to call the self.load favorite into app. So self.load favorites, load favorite into app. Yes, this one, so that it will refresh. So now what we have to do is to come here, and it is still there. So now this is in the favorites tab. So let's check the name. Come to this favorites tab. Delete selected favorite btn. So self.delete selected favorite btn .click .connect. We want to connect it to self.remove one song. Okay, remove song from favorites, this one. So let's see. Okay, let's remove Raising Me Higher is just one here, or Life is a Dream, the last one. It is actually removed. If I close this one out, we are having an error. Our app just crashed. And it says that, you see, that's why the try and accept is necessary. It's a database is low. And that is because you have not closed the connection to the database yet. So discard. Back to our favorites, select the Life is a Dream, delete. You see that it did a refresh and then it has brought in the other ones again. And that is why we had to clear the old stuff from it before we bring in the new stuff. So remove one song from favorite to take us very close to that particular function you're looking for, which is this one, the load song from favorite. Comment this side. If I remove a very happy Christmas, it doesn't duplicate the list necessarily. Can remove this one, remove. Okay, so now we know that this is also working. Let's work on the functionality to delete everything from the favorites. So this will be very close to this remove one song. Yeah. Right. It just goes in by one tap. Okay. Remove all songs from favorites. Okay. So we just check if this count is 0, fine. But we also have to pose a question to the user. We don't need this current index. We also have to pose a question to the user just to be safe. Question equal to kill message box. Remember we did some for the remove all dot question passing self, and then we can say remove all favorite songs. And then we can now say this action will remove all songs from favorites, and it cannot be reversed. Continue. And remember we have to pass in some buttons here. So kill message box dot yes, then not pipe, and then kill message box dot cancel but we want our default to be kill message box dot cancel. Okay, and if question equal to kill message box dot yes, then we will do this try in here. So let me just indent it in, and then removing all songs from favorites error. This current index, we don't need it. You remember there's a function here called remove all songs from favorites. Wait, delete all songs from database table. This one is what we need. So we come here and then paste it. But that one takes only one, which is the table name. Be sure to import it. Yes. Great. And we should load favorite into app. Yeah, that's also there. So let's go up and then connect this one also. Let's check the name. Delete all favorite btn. Let me close this. We don't need it. Close it. Good. Okay. So delete all favorites. How can I forget? Yes, it's this one. .clicked .connect. I want to connect it to self.remove all songs from favorites. This one. Favorites. Then our question comes no for the first time, and yes, and everything is gone. Now when we close the application, we come back, open the database, and then let me comment out these ones, and then run it. You see that it's empty. There's nothing in there. This card. What changes did we even do to it? So now let's add a few songs to favorites. Because we want to be playing from the favorite song list rather. So feeling happy 1, 2, Christmas ones, life is a dream ones, raising me higher ones, tech vibes ones. And you go there, and it didn't do that in real time for us. Why was so? Should they be doing it in real time? But was it added? They were added. I was not doing it in real time. It should come from this function. Did we call? Oh no, we didn't call it. So that means after this place, you should call self.load favorites into app so that we see the real-time changes. Okay. So favorites. Okay, let me load a song here and see Life is a Dream. I come to favorites and I'll add Life is a Dream to favorites. I guess that it comes in here real time, and that is what we are looking for. So now let's work on functionalities to get these ones to play. We will now modify the play function. Where is it? It should be close. Yes. And here, let's be safe. Let's declare global stopped. And say that stop is false. It cannot be stopped. Stopped. I made a mistake here. Stopped equal to false. Okay. Because it should be playing. And here we only have to check which of the widgets we are on, and then we know what we are doing. So if we're on the favorite list widget, then it will be that one that we use for the selection and then the indexing to the particular list. But if we are not on the other side, then so it's only this part that we have to cut for now. And then say that if self.stackWidget dot current index, am I writing something wrong here? Current index. Let's work first with the song list widget. So that one is the first one. So, and then we know that this is how we're supposed to go. Okay. We can now say elif self.stackWidget dot current index equal to, the playlist is 1, the favorite is 2, so it should be 2. Then let's just paste it and do some modification. Then the current selection is not this, it is the favorites song list widgets dot current row. And then here we'll be indexing to favorites song list also, not that one. So this one should fix it for the play for us. Let's see if we can play from our favorites directly. So let me just pick a very happy Christmas because it's close to Christmas. And you can see that it's actually playing the song. And yes, we can now play from our favorite, but because we have not configured it for the next and previous, I don't think that would be a good thing for us to slide here. Our app may crash, so let me pause, play this one. Okay, so now we can play from that one. Let's work on the next for the list also. This function should be closed. Okay, so for this one also, we need to copy it up to where the URL is, this one. And then if self.stackWidget dot current index is 0, sorry, not 0, then we paste it because that's what is happening, the default one. Elif self.stackWidget dot current index equal to 2, and let's paste it. It should be similar, but with some small changes. The current media is still the same, the current song URL is still the same, and then the current song index will change. This one will go to favorites, and yes, the next song index will be the same, but this is favorites. Yes, this should work. Let's see. So let me play Christmas. Next. It is playing Life is a Dream, but it's not moving the. This is doing something strange. It is playing it correctly, but the selection is not working fine. Oh, and that is because it is with favorite song list widgets, favorite list widgets, or something like that. Yeah, it shouldn't be the actual song widget. Yes. And so this one should work now. Yep. And now the changes are being effected. Fantastic. But there's one more thing. You realize that when we're playing from the default this place, but now we'll be playing a lot from our favorites. And I go next. You see how it randomly chooses. We want to be able to move to the first index when we hit the last one. So we have to just modify this code a bit, just a little bit. Do we have to modify the shuffled nest also? Yeah, I think we do. So let's just work on the shuffled nest. This looped nest, it will not be affected. So for the shuffled nest also, up to where we get a song URL, we can cut it up here and say that if self.stackWidget.current index equal to 0, should be like we did before. And if that is not the case, we'll leave self.stackWidget.current index equal to 2. Then let's paste it and have the modifications. Okay. I've realized an error in the first one that we did. Let me correct it here, then I'll show you why. Remember, if we set the, where is it? See, this one, we are setting it here. We are setting the current row here. But what if we are playing from the loaded song list widgets? That means we'll not be able to set that one too. Let me show you exactly what I'm saying. Because I'm setting it down here. Now if I load a song here, I'm very sorry once again for this background noise. You see, I'm going next, but it's not changing that because I'm setting it afterwards. So let me fix it here, then we'll come back and do it so. So now after this place, I can say self.loaded song widgets, set that one inside here when it is the song list widgets. But if it's the favorites, set the favorites list widgets. But I don't think we have to do any modifications to this particular file at this time. So all we have to do is to come back here and fix our error. So after this, we can paste it in, and then we can get this, cut it from here, and then paste it in here. Great. So this should fix that particular error for us. And also, we want to work on when it gets to the end of the queue, what it should do next. So for the shuffled nest, we don't have a problem with this. So that one is only the default nest that we'll be working on in that regard. So let me see. Where is it? So we get the song index. We get the next index. Okay, before we just add one to it, let's see. We have to check. We can say if song index plus 1 is equal to the length of songs dot, I think it's current song list widget, current song list, forgive me, then next index, next underscore index equal to 0. Else next index plus song index plus 1. So this one checks. So if the index, you know that the index starts from 0, but the length, if I have a list of 5 items and I ask Python for the length, it will tell me 5. But if I ask it for the index of the last element in that 5-member list, it will tell me 4. So that is why I have to add 1 to it so that it can work that way. So if it gets to the number 4, to actually know that it's at the end, index 4, which is item 5. And that will render 5 here, and this check will render valid. So if that's the case, then next index should be 0. Then use it here. If not, then just have to increase it. And I think we can do the same thing here. Replace it with this one. Yes. So, but this one will be favorites. Don't forget, favorite song list. Sweet. And so you remember that the previous also has it. Where is previous? Where is previous? Previous. Okay, so previous 2 has it. Let's just paste this one here. But the previous, we have not actually worked on the. This will be previous. We have not worked on whether it's in the favorite list or in the default song list. So let's work on that one. And I think it will be up to this point. Can cut it and say that if self.stackWidget.current index equal to 0, which is the default, then you paste it in. And leave self.stackWidget.current index equal to 2, and then you can paste it in by, I think you remember, this should be -1. And then this should also be -1. No, this one will be different. We cannot just be pasting this one there. The previous will be different. So for the previous, it will not work this way. So if current song index is 0, let me delete it. We have to check. So if current, we made a mistake. We deleted something that's not supposed to delete. So this is it. So if song index is 0, then we want to say that the previous index should now be equal to the length of the song, the list. So songs dot current song list. So if the index is 0, then the previous index is equal to the length of the song list widget. And remember that we have to subtract 1 from it, because if it's now at position 0, and then it wants to go to the last item on the list, if you take the length, it will give it to you in a different way that the index works. So you have to subtract 1 from it to get the index that can work well with the list widget. Other than that, we can now say that, so else previous index should now be equal to song index -1. Yes, that should work. So this is how this should be. Apologies for the first one. Just have to replace it here. Okay, so this would work. We have to set the current row separately like we did for the first one. So this one will be the default. Yes, so it's the loaded song list widget. And this one will be favorites list widget, and they should take care of those ones for us. So let's see what we are left to do. For the favorites, we have done all these things. Then we work in and we can play a song. Of course, the pause and unpause works. Pause is to stop, it. By the stop, there's something else that we have to do. We'll do it very soon. Now, if I play, I'll go forward. The previous seems not to work. What did we do? Oh, disadvantages of copy and paste. This should be favorites. So one here too. That one too should be favorites list with favorite song list. And this one even should be favorite. So be sure to change all of them. Be sure to change all of them. Other than that, you also have the error. So let me play previous, and it's working. So we see when I stop the song, it stops, but these things still remain what they are, and that is a very bad thing. So we'll be looking for stop song. It should be here. Self.player.stop. And then self.music slider.set value. You set the value to 0. So that goes to the beginning. And then self.time label.setText. We want to set that particular text. So I just like to use F strings. So that would be 000000. Sorry. And /00. Just to set it to default. And then for remember the song names that we set up there. So that will be self.current song name set text. We want to set the text to song name goes here. And then we do a similar one for the current song path. So that will be current song path, and that will be song path goes here. Okay, that is great. Now that should fix it for us. Let's try it out and see. So I'm expecting the slider to come to 0 and then everything else to go back to default. And it did work. That's great. And so I think now we have to come to the playlist functions. We're done with all the favorites, at least for now. Yes, we are done. And the rest will come and write it later when we bring in the actions. We are doing it one step at a time. So down there we have favorite functions. And then here we have the playlist functions. The first thing is to try and create a new playlist. So create of course it's safe to put it in a try except block. So creating a new playlist error, and then the error will come. We have to now check if the playlist already exists, then you cannot create it. So we can now say existing equal to, remember we created a function here called get playlist tables here. This is what we'll be using. So get playlist tables, calling it, be sure to import it. Okay. Get playlist tables, and then we remember that there's a small pop-up that came that you can type something in and then get the value that comes. So that will be name. This one to returns a second thing that you are not really interested in. You can print it out and check what it is. And so that will be Qt widgets. Don't we have it? So just import it. We need Q input dialog. This one .get test. So it's a dialog that will pop up. We want to get the test from that particular dialog. So self, and then that'll be the first parameter. Then we also want to get the title that will show. You can say create a new playlist, and then it will be like a line edit or like a form field or something like that. And so I can now say that the prompt for the user to know what to do is enter playlist name. Why is the self angry at that? But why am I even creating a function without the define? Okay, so we'll define new underscore playlist. And it should be in there. How did I manage to do that? Okay, so this will give us the name also. And we can say that if name equal to an empty string, or we should be even more careful, we can say name.strip. So that if the person just hit the space bar multiple times, you can still get it. So that means you didn't type any name. That will kill message box dot information self, and then you can say name error, and the actual message be play list name cannot be empty. Okay, and then afterwards we return. Else, if name not in existing, because if the name of the playlist exists, you shouldn't be creating it again. So if name not in existing, then we want to say, we have the function there, create database or database table, some function like that. The first one, yeah, this one. Now we are using it again. Create database or database table, and then now we have to pass in the table name, which is the name that the person typed. So that should create a database table for us, which is the playlist. Remember that it creates a column called songs, and that is what we use. We have a function to load playlists. So self.load playlists. That's the function that we should write. Let me comment it out for now. So if name is not in existence, that is what will happen. But if the name is in existence and the person still wants to create it, then the person wants to overwrite the one that is there. Then we can give the person a chance to do that. So leave name in existing. We can throw a caution. I think we can get a question, one of those questions from here. But this one will name it caution. And then this space will be replace playlist. And this action will this should not be the syntax. So you can say a playlist with name, name. I was trying to play smart with Python, but it didn't give me the F, so I have to bring it here myself. With name exists. So already exists. Do you want to place it? So in that case, the user wants to replace it. And yes, our options remain the same. Maybe you can put the name in double quotes. If message is yes, then we can, or the person chooses yes, then we can. There's one function called delete database table. I think it should be down there. This one, you have to first delete the table The table name in this case will be name because they will be the same. And let's be sure to import it. So we delete the table, the database table, and then we want to create database or database table, and again we will create it as elf name. Okay. And then our self.load playlist should be here again. Okay. That should do. And so let's quickly create that function, the self.load playlist. It should be the top. Let's see. So load playlists into app. Find self.load underscore playlist. Oh, it shouldn't be that way. You find this, and the self will come in here. Okay, so all our playlists should be equal to get playlist tables, remember that one, and then playlist dot remove. We want to remove the favorites from it because it's not part. It's not part of the user's playlist. It's a default one. So self dot playlist list widgets here dot clear. You understand why you should be doing these things, declaring. And then after that, we can say that for playlist in playlist, and this one to add an icon plus the playlist itself. So I believe that we have done it 2 times, so I can type it straightforward without further explanations. So self dot play list widgets dot add item, and that will still be a kill list widgets item. The first one being a kill icon, which will copy the path and paste soon. By this one, we are just placing the playlist inside, just like that. So let's get the icon from here. I think it should be this one. Or which one? I think it's this. Yep. Copy it and then paste it in there. So that should do it for us. Yep. Anytime we need to load it for us. So let's come at the top here and then connect the new playlist, and we have another one here to know. Let's uncomment this, and then let's uncomment this one too. So we can come up here, and just as we call the load playlist into app, let's call the self.load playlist. And for the connection, let's create one for playlists. The self dot, I think it should be using new playlist PTN. Yep, it should be this one. Dot click dot connect. We want to connect it to self dot. We will call it in something new playlist. I think it's this one. Yep. So this is it. Let's try it out and see if it works. We should have the database table. Let's see first if we have closed. Yes, we've closed the connection. And so at our playlist side, create new. You see the pop-up that came. This will be called test. We press enter, and then we see test here with a beautiful icon. Fantastic. So if we close our app and then come back here, open database, should have more than one table now. If we browse the structure, you see the test is already there. Great. So let's close, come back here. Now we know that that one is working. And so let's go ahead with the rest of the database functions that we need to do. Okay, so now let's work on the deleting of a playlist. So delete playlist. which should be, so the particular playlist that we want to delete should be equal to self.playlist list widgets, this one, dot current item. Yeah, this one, not the current row, the current item dot text, because we want the text, not the index. So this one will give us the text of whatever is in that particular line of the list widget. So in this case, if the name of the playlist is test, to give us TEST as we expect. And then I'll try, because it's necessary, and say maybe deleting playlist error. Here, we can just say delete database table, and then we pass in the particular playlist. So we did test, so we don't have to convert with strings. And this one to have a finally, whatever happens, we want to self.load playlist. So this one will delete a single playlist. Let's work on the deleting of many playlists. So delete all playlists. And then this one, we should still get the playlists, all the playlists, and let's see, we got all the playlists, and then because we need a name to delete the database from the database, we're using this function because we still need the name. So define delete all playlists. Okay. And then we can now say playlists equal to get playlist tables, and then playlist dot remove. Want to remove the favorites. Okay. And then after we remove the favorites, we want to format this one. Okay. So I remove the favorites. What we want to do is bring a caution. I think we already copied that one somewhere. No. Should be in my, yep, here. So yes, so it should be caution, because we want to caution you that you are doing something that is irreversible. So the caution will be delete, this one will delete all playlist. So delete all playlists, and this action will delete all playlists. Delete all playlists, and it cannot be reversed. Continue, yes or no, or cancel. So if that is the case, if the question is yes, we want to try. So deleting all playlists error. Other than that, we want to say for playlist in playlist, delete database table playlist. So it will just look through and delete each of them one by one. And as you have guessed, there should be our finally block here. Dot load playlist. Yep, that should also be it. And let's see how we can add a particular song to playlist, a playlist. Well, I just want us to create all of them, then we will do the connection. That will be faster. But I hope I'm explaining things as these things as they are supposed to be explained. So add a song to a playlist. Okay. We have You remember in the demo when we were adding a song to a playlist, what we call a drop-down if you are coming from web development, or a combo box if you are this Python type, especially coming from TK Inter. This place I think is also called a combo box, but in web terms, it's a drop-down that contains all the existing database favorites. So we have to get those ones and then let the user select which of them they want to add the songs to. And it's quite easy. So we can just say options equal to get playlist tables. This function is really helpful. And then options dot remove. We want to remove favorites. Because if the person it's options, the person wants to add it to the favorite, you should use the add to favorites rather. And let me skip that part, or let me do it. Options dot insert at the 0th position this particular string, which is click to select. I'll tell you what it does, but let me comment it now. You can leave yours uncommented, and we can see that playlist. You remember how we got the particular playlist here? Where is it? Should be somewhere close here. Yeah, this one. Let's copy it up, come back, and then paste it in. So instead of name, this will be playlist. Give input dialog dot get item rather. This should be get item, not test. And then self, yes, and then this will be add song to playlist. And here will not pass. You can just say choose the desired playlist, and you have to pass in the options also. So we can say options, and then editable should be false. We don't want the user to be able to edit the content in there. Yep. And so let's see. And so for this one, let me connect it here. I know we are skipping ahead of it. We wanted to do everything at once, but let me connect it, and then so that will be self dot add song to a playlist. It should be a button or something. No. Let's see. Okay, that is an action. So what we will do is that we will link it to the load selected now, then we will change it later. So load selected playlist btn dot click dot connect to self dot add song to a playlist, so that you see how the pop-up comes, and I'll show you what I was talking about. Or if where is it? If I click on this thing now, you see that test is the one that counts first. I don't want it to always be so. So that's why this is inserted. So when this is inserted, this is how it will come. So click to select, then we now can select test. And that is, I think this is really cool. And so once we get it now, you have to perform some checks. So if playlist equal to this click to select here, that means the person did not select anything. Let's just make sure that everything is exactly as that. Then it means the person did not select anything. So we can now show some info, queue message box dot info, and it will be add song to playlist, and we can now say no playlist was selected, and then afterwards we are not adding anything again. We can just, what is this one doing here? We can just return. Other than that, that means if there is some selection, then we want to do it in a try except. And here we can say that current index should be equal to self.loaded song list widget, no loaded song list widget dot current row. So we need a current row. And then the song should be equal to songs dot current song list. We want it at the current index. And yes, why we are doing this try and except is if it doesn't work, we can show an error here. Instead of the printing the error, that means this place there was no song was selected. So we can then say no song was selected. Now the person just decided to trigger the action without selecting a song. So we can now say unsuccessful or something like that. Then no song was selected. Great. And then after that, we want to return. We can just bring this one up just to save a line and do same for this place also. But if all the above passes, then we want to add song to database table. And then we now pass in first the song, which is equal to song, and then the table, which is equal to playlist. So the selected song and then the playlist. Great. And then we know that we have to load playlist into app. So self.load playlist into app. But if you want to also show a successful message like we did for adding the song to favorites, you can do that, but I don't want to do that here. Okay, the next on the list is to, now we have added a song to playlist. The next on the list is to add all current songs to a playlist. So in case all the songs that are playing want to add them to the playlist, we can go ahead and then do that. So on the same indentation level, add all current songs to a playlist. For this one, this should be very similar to this, at least to some extent. So we can just paste it in. Where is it? Up to this return, we need it. But it's just a similar thing we'll be doing here. So that is it. Choose the playlist and of that. If that is the case, and yeah, that check is necessary. So we can say that if length of songs dot current song is less than 1 or is 0, that means that there is no songs loaded. because we can also use the list widget to check, but we can also use this list to check, because when it is loaded, it will be loaded into that one also. Then we want to show an information, so queueMessageBox.information self, and then say add songs to playlist, and then in here we can say song list is empty. Once again, return. Other than that, then it means we have some songs in there, so we can say for song in songs.current not on in songs.current list. What we want to do is to add song to database table, and then the song equal to song, and then the table equal to playlist. And that should do. After that, we have to call the loading of the list, so self.load, not load playlist. So that will also do for the adding all songs to a playlist. We check if it is empty. If not, then for each of the songs, just add it to the playlist. And so we can also add the currently playing to the playlist also. Let's work on that one. So add currently playing to playlist. Okay. But this one, because we are adding the currently playing, we have to check whether the song is even playing in the first place. So if not self.player.state equal to queueMediaPlayer.playing state, that means it is not playing, then we can now show that queueMessageBox.information, and then we will say in here that we add current song to playlist, and we can say here that no song is playing in queue. Yep. And after that, we return. But if that is not the case, then I think it's similar to the add song to playlist up here. We have to get this option. We have to let the person choose the desired playlist. And if this, you can see no playlist was selected, and then we can, yep. So for this place, let's copy up to this return, because we have to do things a little differently there. We still have to get the playlist and the drop down also, that is why. So choose the desired playlist and all. But if this all passes, then the current media that we want to add will now be equal to self.player.media. And I hope you remember this from a previous one. So now the song actually will be current media dot canonical URL, we want to get the path. And remember that we have to get it from the first index up to the last. Okay. And then now we can comfortably add song to playlist of the database table where the song equal to song and then the table equal to playlist. Yep. And as usual, self.load playlist. And we also want to probably load the contents of a playlist to the song list widget. So let's work on that function. And then we'll be left with one more function for our playlist. So load playlist songs to current list. Okay. So that way, try except, so loading. This one will take in the playlist itself. Yes. So here will be loading songs from playlist as a playlist name. And then we can fix this in here. Playlist error. Okay. We can say that the playlist songs, playlist songs, as the songs in the playlist equal to fetch all songs from database table. Remember this function? And the table we are targeting is the playlist. That's the name. So we just pass in the name. Say if the length of playlist songs is 0, we don't have to bother ourselves continuing. We can just immediately say that self as always, and then here it can be load playlist song, and this place we can make it playlist is empty, so that we just tell the person that the playlist is empty, and of course we return. And if that is not the case, then that means if the length is more than 0, then for song in playlist songs, we already know what we want to do. Songs dot current list dot append song, and then afterwards self dot loaded song list widget dot add item. You know that it's supposed to be a kill list widget item, which will first take in the kill icon, not this one. Icon, we will copy and paste the path very soon. But the next is the os.path.base name of the song, just like we are loading it fresh from our computer. But this place, let's get I have really forgotten the particular icon we used, but I think it should be this one. Yes, it should be that one. So that will also load all the songs into the current song list for us. And for now, that is all we can do for now for the playlist. So until what is left now, we cannot do it now until we get to some other place. Let's also, for the playlist, except we create the actions, we cannot really cannot really add so many things here, apart from removing selected, removing all, and then loading selected. Okay, even if we do that, we cannot really add a song to the playlist. So let's still connect them so that we don't get confused, know that we are done with it. Playlists, sharp, we are here. So this one is load. You have to connect it to load and load playlist songs to current. But remember that we have to pass in the particular playlist of interest. So let me bring this one to the next line. Remember, we have to pass in lambda because we are going to pass in some arguments or parameter also. So we have to now pass in the particular playlist that we want to load, and which would be equal to self.playlist widget dot current item dot text. So let me space everything out neatly. This text should also. Okay, so this is what we have to do. But you know, when the app runs, when we run our app now, we will get an error. Okay. It didn't really give the error, but when we click on load selected, it's giving us an error. Okay, so there's just instance that the person may not really select a playlist, but to click on it. So let's just wrap it in a try except block. This one will not add any exception. Just pass it. Okay, so in this case, when we come here, we are still good to go. Is it still closing? Why is it closing? Ideally, this thing shouldn't close, but why is it closing? Obviously not from this one, because a try except would have. Let me just see. So playlist is empty, it's working. But why is that when we click on it, it does, without any selection, it doesn't give us any warning, but closes. Let's see whether this is one of the places where these errors are difficult to fix. I don't really know why, but let's finish the app. We'll just still test it and see if it behaves that way. Then we know how to see how we can debug it. Okay, but at least we know that if there was something there, it would load it for us. That one we know. And then we also have to connect the remove selected and also self.remove selected playlist btn.clicked .connect. We want to connect it to self.delete playlist. Yep. And then there's another one that we created also for the removal of all playlists. As we self.remove all playlist btn.clicked .connect. We want to connect it to self.delete all playlist. And then the other one that we have to do is the adding of a song to a playlist. So self.add to playlist btn, this one, .clicked .connect. Remember, we created one that will add a current song to playlist. So self.add song to playlist. Is it currently playing to playlist? This one. Yep. That's one tool will do for us. So that means that we can add a song to playlist if we start playing it here. Feeling happy. Add to playlist. was expecting. Oh, sorry. I've added it to favorites many times. I was just thinking that I'm clicking on the add to playlist. So it says I'll choose test. Okay. Well, only one way to confirm this is to, for now, come here, open the database, and then go to browse data and then change this one to test, and you see that the song is in there. Now, if we close our database, run our app, and then come to this playlist, select it and load, you will see that it will actually load it here. You can click on it and play and it will work. So that is great. Let us move on to, there are a lot of things at the favorite side that we did not do. Let us complete all of them and then take our hands off. So let's see any of these ones to link us to favorite. I think we only created remove from favorites and then remove all. We also have able to add the songs to favorites. Let's see what we are yet to do. So we can add a song to favorites. We can load the favorites into app, and you don't have function to add all songs to favorites. You have function to remove the song. So let's work on the add all songs to favorites here. So we can check. So if the length of songs dot current song list is less than 1, like we did for the playlist, or let's just make it equal to, you can make it equal to 0 or less than 1, then queue message box dot information self as always. Here will be add songs to favorites. No, favorites. Is it favorites or favorites? Any of them. And we can now here see that no songs have been loaded. Great. And then we return. But if that is not the case, then for song in songs dot current song list, what we want to do is add song to database table, and then we have the song, and then the table will be favorites. Is favorites or favorites? I think it's favorites with an S. Yep, I think so. And you remember we have to load the favorites into app. So self.load favorites into app. This one. So now we have the function to add all songs to favorites also. Remove song from favorites. Do you have that one? Remove one song from favorites. We also have remove all songs from favorites. Now I think we have all we need for the favorites. Yes, we do. Okay. So let's see which ones have we not connected it. So the favorite side, yes, we do. So for the add all songs to favorites, you cannot test it now because we don't have the context menu yet. So I think the next obvious thing for us to do is to create the context menus so that we can test out all these functions that we are writing. So back here, down there, we can Let me just check the indentation so we can now create our context menus. Okay. The first one that we will create is the playlist context menu. The context menu is this. I've been talking about it a lot. This right click, you see when I right click this thing that popped out, that's what we call the context menu. Okay, so for the playlist, this is how we, okay, it should be a function. So define playlist context menu. Okay. And then we now see that self.playlist list widget, this one, dot set context menu policy to Qt dot actions context menu, because we want to add actions to it. The actions here that were created in our file here, I showed you earlier in the video. These actions, we want to add them. Okay. And then we can say self.playlist list widget again. Dot add action. Now I have to add the action before. So self.action. Let's start with the load selected playlist. And then let's add a separator. So we can say separator equal to kill action. That is one we have to call it. Yep. And then passing self, don't forget. Okay. And then we can say separator dot set separator. Quite weird. And we can now say true. Sorry. True. Okay. Then the rest will be following. So we can now say self. That is if you want to add this. You see this place, these lines that separates them, that's for the separator. If you want to add it, fine. If you don't want to, you can just skip it. So self.playlist list widget dot add action. Let's add the rest. This one will be action delete selected playlist action delete. No, self.action delete selected playlist. So self.action delete selected playlist. And you have guessed right, the next one will be action delete all playlists. So action delete all playlists. And I think that should be all for the playlist context menu. Let's just copy it. The next context menu that we will create is the loaded songs context menu. Comment it out and then paste it in here. Oh, I actually copied the comments too. So this one will be called, as the comment implies, loaded underscore songs context menu. And here you know that you have to change everything that looks like this to loaded song list widget. But these are not the actions we'll be adding here. The first one will be action previous, duplicate it twice, action next, and then the next one will be action stop. Oh, what did I just do? Action stop. Okay. For the separator, we can leave it as it is. And what I'll do is to copy this. We need it down here. So replace this after previous next. I think before that we should have even had the first two, and then the separator comes in. but we only need 2 here for the play and then pause. I think they should be first. So action play, action pause on pause, that is here. So that one too has been added. And then this place we can say action add selected to favorites. Please, these actions you have to type the name exactly as I'm doing. Other than that, you may have to change their names here. So after adding the one that add to favorites, you have to get action add all to favorite, and then action add selected to favorite. So action add selected to favorites. This one. No. This one. Okay. It doesn't matter. I wanted this one to be down rather, but it doesn't matter. Okay. And then we need it one more time. So let's copy it. That place usually has a lot of actions. That is why. But I just hope that you really understand what is going on. I'm just adding the actions and then separating them by line so that we get them like this one is. Oh, I just did something that I was not supposed to do. Okay. What was it that I clicked? Folding. Or what? Okay, I don't care. So after adding to favorites, what we need is, I think we need just 2 more for the playlist. So action save selected to a playlist, and then we have action save all to a playlist. Great. So this one will give us that one. We are left with one more, which is the favorites context menu. So let's just copy maybe up to this place. That one we don't really need much there. So paste. I don't know why it usually goes in by one indentation. So this should be favorites songs context menu. So self define favorites songs context menu, and you know that everything here that looks like this has to change to favorites list widget like that. The last one we don't even need it, delete it. That one we will not even add any separator. Not any separator. We need only 3, so without any separator. The first one is action remove. No, action remove selected from favorites, and then action remove all from favorites. This one is not even needed. Okay, so now we have to make connections to this context menu. Okay, so we have to call them at the top for them to work. At the top. After global, before the database stuff, we can just say context menus. And in here, we can say self.playlist context menu, self.loaded some context menu, then self.favorites context menu. Okay, so now when we right click, we should see all those functions popping up. So here, when I right click, you see that all the things are popping up. It looks like the line is not really showing, but no problem. And so yes, that is it. The stops icon is not really showing. No problem. You can easily fix it by coming to the actions here. That is the action stop. When you double click on it, you change the icon here, choose a resource. But in that case, we will have to run our commands again. That is no problem because it wouldn't really affect it. Okay, make sure that I'm in this page. Now we've made changes to it, so let's save. And one of the reasons that I don't usually modify my main.py because now I have to bring this one up. Remember this one, and then now run this command again. Now it should fix this thing for us. This is how the stop is in, so that we just make changes to it and run it without having any problems. But if you come to the playlist side, it has its separate context menu for the favorites. It also has a separate context menu. So what we are left to do now is to connect all these actions to their respective functions also. So let's come up here. In fact, when I was doing the build, it threw some error when I placed it in there directly. That's why I placed it in the try except now. So there's also an action called self.action action load selected playlist. But actions are not clicked, they are triggered. So dot triggered dot connect, and then it will be the same here. So I can just paste it in to load the playlist. That is so easy. So I can also come here in the connections. I will just say playlist actions. So I give all the playlist actions there. So self.action action save all to a playlist dot triggered dot connect. I want to connect it to self dot add all current songs to a playlist. This one. Of course, we've created all these functions down there already, and this self dot action save selected to a playlist dot triggered dot connect. We want to connect this one to self dot add a song to playlist, this one. And then there's also self dot action delete all playlists dot triggered dot connect. We want to connect this one also to self dot delete all playlists. It should be somewhere. Delete all playlists. Yes, this one. And then the last one for this one will be self dot action delete selected playlist dot triggered dot connect. We want to connect it to self dot delete playlist also. Yeah, this one. Okay. So that is all for the playlist actions. We can go ahead and do that for the favorites also. Under the favorites like this, we can say favorites actions, then self.action add selected to favorites.triggered. Want to connect this one to self.add song to favorites, something like that. Add song to favorites, yep. And then let's duplicate it for a number of times. I think there are 4 of them. And this one will be action add. We should have add all to favorites. Yes, the trigger should be add all or something like that. All songs to favorites. Yes. And the next one is remove selected favorites. Action remove selected favorites. I remove only one song from the favorites. That will be self.delete delete selected, or would you call it remove song from favorites, this one. And then this will be action remove all favorites, and that one should be remove all songs from favorites. Let's just confirm to see that these are the name of the methods. That is true. So what we are left to do now is to also add the connections to the song list page. Okay, so as a default page actions, something like that, and that one will be self.action_play.triggered.connect. I want you to connect to self.play. I think is it play song or play? Yeah, play song. I think we have it for about 5 times, so let me just duplicate it. And then the next one, you guessed right, is action pause and unpause. That will be self.pause and unpause, just like this. And then action next. So action next should be self.next song. And then this is action previous. Should be self.previous. Hey, previous song, not BTN. Where are you going, BTN? And self.action stop. Self.stop song. Yep. So I think this is all our things should be working now, I guess. Let's just test a few of them out, but all of them should be working. So let me load a song here. And then let me see, add selected to playlist. It gives me the opportunity to add it to playlist. And then let me add take out vibes also to the playlist. And then we will verify it from our DB function. But if I right click and hit play, start is playing, but you can go to previous. It's working. The next is working. The pause and pause, and then the stop is also working. If I come to favorite side now, of course I should be playing a song for me to see it added to favorites. And so song list, a very happy Christmas, play. If I go to add selected to favorites, I should see a very happy Christmas at the end of the list, and it is there. So it is working. Let's come to the playlist side. So do you really want to delete this? No. So let's create new. Let's say new one. So this new one, let's use it for the delete selected. You go delete all, you should get this one, and you say no. And then to favorites, feeling happy is occurring multiple times. So let me do this. Delete some. Okay, so you know that all these things are also working. If I go to remove all, I get a caution and I cancel out. So our context menu is working. What we have to do now in the app, I think there are just about 2 things that we are done. The first is obviously not the first thing we are doing, but what we are left with is to be able to view the contents of a playlist, and that should be done by double clicking. So let's close it out for now, and then come down to where the playlist items are. I think it's here. Yes. And just before the context menu, we just want to group all things at one side that relates to a particular thing. So we have to create a function that will show playlist content. And let's go define show underscore playlist underscore content. Okay. For this one, I'm going to teach you how to create custom widgets in, it should be a custom widget, I think so. Close to a custom widget in PyQt5. Once again, if you want to learn all of these things, you want to know custom widgets and how to use all of these in applications, like if you want to really learn the PyQt well, I recommend you check out my channel, Tommy's Codebase. The link will be in the description. I have cool, interesting applications just like this one for you to practice with. But for now, let's do try. And then let's say showing playlist content error. Okay. So the playlist, the particular playlist that we want to show the content should be self.playlist list widget here. Dot current item dot text, that should give it to us. And then songs is equal to fetch all songs from database table. Then we pass in this particular playlist so that it fetches the songs from the database table for us. We use it over here. And let's just for now print these things out and see what happens. So print and then I can say playlist let me duplicate it, and then songs. I think we may have to do something extra here. But for this one, the connection will be something a bit different from what we have seen. What we want to do now is that if we double click on any song in the playlist widget, then we can show the playlist content. So let's come up. Where is playlist? So let's keep it at the very top. Self.playlist list widget dot item double clicked. So if an item is double clicked, we want to connect it to self.show playlist content like that. And so let's see what we will get in our terminal. So you see that we get a test, the playlist name, and then the songs. Okay, that's great. So you know that these are the songs in our particular playlist. Now let's go back to development. Instead of pointing it to the, what did we just click? Instead of pointing it to the terminal, what we'll be doing is that a little pop-up will show, another window will pop up, and then we will display all these songs inside like we saw in the demo. So we will create one more file, and this will be our last. We will call it playlist underscore pop-up. I will add it later, PyCharm. And so now we have it like this. What we want to do here is from PyQt5, we want to import Qt widget, and then we want to import Qt GUI We also want to import Qt core, and that is all we need to import. And then a class of, we can call it playlist dialog. That is, I think it's the best name. So Qt widget dot kill dialog. This is inheriting from that class. So underscore init, and make the super call here too. And here you have to pass in parents. Okay. So for this place, we will take in after self, we will take in other things also. And it will be the data that will be shown inside this particular pop-up. We will also have the list name. You can rename this to any proper term. This will just be the title that's of the window that will show. So we want to make the title dynamic. So if I double click on test, it should say songs in test. If I double click on another playlist, say cools, it should say songs in cools. That is the list name that I'm giving. So you can actually make a title if you think it's best, or if you want to make a title. Yeah, title. And then see these parents have passed here. So I have to say now that parents equal to none. It's a standalone thing that is popping up. Okay, and then self.data equal to data. Self.title should be equal to title. It's not minus, it's equal to title. And then what we need to do, self.set window, not outside of this, self.set window title. That will be an F string. And then we say here the songs in, and then self.title. I think I'm beginning to like my list name, but it's okay, we have already used this one. And then self.set geometry. 550 is what we want it to be, and then 200, and then 400, 300. If you look at it here, you see that AX, AY, AW, AH. So the first one is the X, Y, is we start from on the screen 500 in the X direction by pixels also. And then for the Y, it will be 200 down, and then the width 400, the height 300. Let me make the width also 500. I think it's. And then self.set, we want to set the minimum size also. So set minimum size, which is Qt core dot kill size. And we want to set it to 500 by this one. We don't want it to be resizable. That is just what we are doing. So we're setting minimum and maximum to the same. So set, if you don't want that option, you can skip this one. So set maximum size also to this so that it is not resizable. Then now we create a list widget inside this, our small pop-up. So you can say self.playlist widget. This has nothing to do with the one we have been working with. It is one that we are creating. It is only for this application or for this pop-up. So that will be Qt widget dot kill list widgets. Okay. And then we pass in self here. We want it to fill the whole window that we show. So we have to now give it a layout and then make the layouts do the responsive style, fill everything inside there. That is what we want to do. And so what we have to do here is say layout. So that will be Qt widget dot qv box layout. That one too goes into self, And then we can say layout. Because without a layout, how will you add even the items? So now layout.add widget, then self.playlist widget. After that, you have to add this layout. Let me see. Okay, now we can see self.playlist widget.add items. This time around, we are adding all the items. So that will be the data that we are passing in. And yes, I just hope that this is not confusing, because it isn't confusing at all. I think this should do the trick. So we only have to pass in the data and then the title. Let us use it in our application here and see. So instead of printing, what we want to do is we create an instance of this playlist dialog. So playlist underscore dialog should be equal to playlist pop up. I think that is the name. Let me try and import. Command PyCharm. Okay. We call it playlist dialog. I think, yeah, there's a file name that is playlist dialog pop up, but this one is playlist dialog. So be sure to import it. Where is it coming from? Yep. And here we have to pass in the data and then the title. So the data is songs, and then the title is the name of the playlist. So let's just give it an F string. And then we can say playlist. Okay. And for it to show, we have to say playlist dialog dot exec with the underscore. And this should do all the trick. So we come here, we double click it. I'm sorry, it came to the second screen. Let me bring it. Is that we have it here. Isn't this amazing? This is working, but obviously not how we expected it to be. So let us now show only the file name instead of the long file path. So we can just come here and say songs, say only equal to OS, no, in a list comprehension. So os.path.basename song for song in, not on, in songs. Okay. So here, instead of passing song, we have to pass songs only, and that should do the trick. What are you doing at the second screen all the time? So you see that it's here. Okay, so let us go ahead and customize it a little bit. Customize our playlist pop-up a little bit. Let us customize the pop-up. The first thing I want to do is to hide all the scroll bars. So in case the content is many, hide all the scroll bars. Scroll bars. Okay. I'll be doing some copying and pasting here. Come to music. And okay. Just use Control F to find scroll bar policy. This is what I'm looking for. So if you just set for scroll bar, you get something that like say set vertical scroll bar policy, set horizontal scroll bar policy. And then let's copy this one. And then come to playlist pop-up, paste it. And then this one will not be self-loaded song list, which is this one will be self.playlist with it. Of course, my songs were not many, but if there are many, now this one will hide all the scroll bars and make it nicer. And then we can also customize the font. You saw that the font was actually very small, so we can customize the font. We can say that the font object equal to qt GUI dot kill font. Okay. And here we can say font.set point size. That's how we set the font size. Let me give it to 14. And then font, I also want to make it bold. So font.set bold to be true. I also want to set the weight. So set font, dot set weight to 70. You can play around with these numbers. And then after that, I have to do self.playlist widget dot set font to the font that we have just created. Okay. Now I should see some changes in font if I should run it again. And this thing is coming to the second screen again. You see that now is quite big, and that is, I think, for me, this is cool. If you think otherwise, you can change the numbers. Okay. And the next thing we want to do is to change window colors. So what we have to do is to say self.set style sheet. That's where we type our CSS. So we can say background color, just like CSS. And then we just say RGBA. I already have this value here, so I'll type it in. It is 10 for red, 25 for green, and then 47 for blue. But we don't actually need the alpha, so we can take it off like that. And then when we run it, you see some changes. You can see here that it changed, the background actually changed, and that is what we want, but it is making our text almost invisible. So let's work on that one. So let's change style sheet for the playlist widget also. So self.playlist widget.set style sheet. And this one, we can just copy it from the music.py, the style sheet that is already there for the song list widgets. I think we can just make use of it. I need everything from, so just look out for the search for the loaded song list widget, and then look at the style sheet, copy it as I'm doing. You can come back to playlist pop-up and then paste it in. You may not even need all of it. Of course, we need a color. This N is not necessary. We need a selection background color. The padding should be okay. I think we need it. That should do. Let's see if it really makes it nicer. Excuse me. And of course, it did make it nice, and we can now see the content here beautifully inside our pop-up. So that is what I was trying to say. Now we are left with only one thing to do. As far as I remember, if there's anything that's left, we inspect it and then add it. But for now, we know that we can load it and then it will come. I didn't import any song, but here I can play it. And it is playing. So what we are left to do now is that the background should change on every song. So let us go ahead and then write that function real quick. Back to our main.py. Oh, already over 730 lines of code. Okay, so here we can now say slideshow, and then define slideshow. Okay, we need one more global variable. Let's go up there and set it. We need a global slide index. That is to keep track of the index of the we load in the images inside the path as a list, and so we can, just like we load the song, so we can use this index to keep track of it. So slide index should be 0 at start. Okay. If you copied, or if you clone the repository, which I believe you did, then inside utils you see BG images here. These are the ones that we'll be using. There's also the overlay image here. Okay, so this is what we'll be calling. And so back to the bottom of our file. Here we can say images underscore path is os.path.join. What we want to join is os.getCWD. And then another os.path.join again, because the os.path.getCWD will only get me the current working directory here. But now I have to go into utils, and I have to go into, inside utils, I have to go into BG images. So I will have to join those two paths also, so that together they will be one. So I can here say os.path.join. Okay, my term is that intelligent. And then here I want to join the test utils and also BG underscore images. But that's the name. Oh, no, it's BG underscore imgs. Okay. So this should give us the image path. And after this, we can just say images equal to os.path.list. No, it's not os.path. It's os.list there. That will give us all the items in the directory. So we can just say images path. And then let's print this one out so that you see what is happening. So print images. Okay, so for now, let's see, what can I connect it to? Okay, let me just modify the play song. So cell.slideshow. I'll change it back. I just want you to know I'm just looking for one of them to give this thing to. Bring up our terminal. And when I click, let me change it back. Okay. When I click, you see that the names will all come here. But this BG overlay is not one of them that we want to use. It's always there constant. It's these ones that will be changing. So you see that it gives not the full path. It just gives the base names. So the file names themselves. So we have to now merge it with the path that we have created up there for this one. So what we want to do is not to print it. We want to images.remove, and then we want to remove it. Let's just copy the names so that will be exact. Yes, we remove this one from it, and then calling our global slide index. Okay, so if the slide index is equal to okay, this thing that I'm doing now, let me do it later so that you understand it well. Next slide, as the next image is images, and then we want to index it using the slide index. Where is it? Let me just call it global. So I shouldn't have to delete it. Slide underscore index. So slide index. Yep. Bring this one down. And then we can see that the next image equal to QT GUI. Don't we have this already? Import it from PyQt5.qt GUI. Want to get a kill pixmap. This is how we treat the images. So that we now we're passing the image to os.path.join again. We want to join the images path. with a particular image. So with the in an F string with the next slide. So the next slide here. Now the next slide will give us, you should use the index, the global, the slide index to give us one of these files, depending on where it has reached. So this is just the raw file name. We need to add the full path to it before we can use it here. So that's why we are joining it with the images path here, which leads to the images folder where the images are being read from into this format. And then just add a particular image name so that to give us the full path to the file. And then after that, we can say self.background image. That is the name here. Background image. That is what we'll be changing. Background image dot set pixmap to next image. And because we want it to be for every song, we can now say that slide index plus equal to 1. Okay, we are almost there. So now what we have to do is bind this slide index to the end of media. So when the song ends, remember that we created one function that checks for whether the song has ended or not. And so we have to bind this one to it. Come to our connections at the top. Where did we give that one? Okay, we have not gotten there yet. Where do we give that one? This one. So after the media status change, we want to now say that self.player.media change. That means if the media is changed. And this one will make it so intelligent that if I am looping a particular song, then the media has not changed. It's the same media that is playing over and over again. So the background will not change. But as soon as I go previous or next or shuffle, then it will change. That is so great. .connect. And then I can connect it to self.slideshow. So now we should be having some beautiful slideshows when we play. And so let's run it and see. So now let's play the favorites. I don't want to load any songs now. So it is playing this one. I will go next and you see that the background image has changed. Previous, it has changed. Next, it has changed. But if I loop this song, you see that it will start playing again, but the image will not change. Okay, there's an error. It says it's not in the list. Or is it that it's not in the list? Okay, let's try another one and see. That the media change and it's what? Why is it saying that? Why was it saying that the file is not in the list? Oh, it is great that we use this. So I think that is the previous. Where should it be? Previous. Close out of this. Previous. Wow. But was I clicking next or previous? I think next. I think it should be the part where this was the looped nest. Oh, I see it. That is simply because we have not declared functionality here for the favorite side. So up to this, can just cut it in and say that if self.stackWidget.current index equal to 0, then this is the default one. And if self.stackWidget.current index equal to 2, that's if you are playing from the favorite, then we just have to change a few things here. So this will be favorites, song list, and then also favorite song list. Oh, sorry I didn't do this earlier. So inside the favorites now, Play. We know that of the rest works, so let me loop it fast. I'm expecting it to play the same song again, but the background will still be the same, and you can see. And even if I go again, it will still be the same because the media has not changed. But as soon as I go random, get to the end, shuffled list index out of range. How can the shuffled list index be out of range? Okay, let's play it again and see. Shuffled nest. Why are these errors now popping up? Shuffled nest should be up here. No, it's actually down. Okay, so it says the list index is out of range. And yes, it is true, because this is supposed to be favorites list, song list. I am very sorry. There's the disadvantages of copying and pasting. And if this one itself should be favorite song list, and I did change this one, but I didn't change these ones. How and why? So play. I know that the rest works, so let me just shuffle this one now, you see. And I did shuffle and it changed, but if I loop it and then go, see that it's playing the same song, but the background did not change. Okay, so that is so great. But there was one thing that I forgot to do. This app works, but there's one thing that we just forgot to do that can cost us, especially if we package this app and send it to someone else. What will happen now if I intentionally click on this database and then delete that particular folder? Here. Let me delete it. So everything is gone. Everything is gone. Now let me run the app. It is unable to connect, unable to open database. So as a very good practice, one of the best things that we can do is to create this folder with code inside the app instead of creating it manually like I did at first. So that one, let me see, it will come up here. It will not be a class method, it's just a simple function. So that will be defined. Let's call it create db underscore dir, and we can say that os.make, not make dev, make this. And what is the name of the directory we want to make? It's just inside that place, it's just in that particular directory. So just say .dbs, and then if we make it this way and run it, it will work for the first time. Will not get error, I think so. It says it's still unable to open database file. And that is because even though we have created this function, it's of no use to us. So what we can do is now come to the database tab and then call the create dbdir, this function up here, so that it will be created when the app first runs. So now let's run it and see. And then our app runs successfully. Now we come back, you see that the DBS has been created and the database inside has been created. If we inspect it, you see that it is only our default favorites table that is inside and nothing more. Yeah. So that one also works like we expected. Let's come back and now let me run the app again. And now we get an error that says that cannot create a file when that file already exists. So what we need to do now is to just add one parameter here and says that exists, okay, and then this is true. When you put this thing here, that means that if it exists, just skip it. If it doesn't exist, create it. So we just run it now, and then we don't get into any error. Our favorites are all gone, but we know that our things work. Let's create 2 playlists, one for dev and one for cools, or one for, I think two is okay. So let's come back to song list, add our songs. Our songs are not that many, but we'll try and spread them to the database. We know for sure that all these are functionalities work. So I'll just click and play. First add it to my favorites, and then add a very happy Christmas to my favorites. I mean, adding everything to my favorites. And this here, and everything is now working out clearly, working out well for me. Okay, so let's add them to playlist also. I want to add everything here to a playlist. So add all to playlist, save all to playlist. I'll add it to cools, and then okay. Inside cools, now I see that all of them have been added here, but the dev should be empty because there's no song in there. So let's just not make it feel lonely. Let's add this one that is playing to playlist to dev, and then that one too also works for dev. So we know that these ones are working. We can remove the dev, unfortunately, remove all, which we will not try. And the favorites also, let's just add this one, make it redundant. Try and remove it, remove all, and we'll not even try that one also. So our app is now working as we expected it to be. And this is so great. I hope you have learned a lot along the way. If you did not understand anything, you can leave it in these comments. This is a great community. Myself or someone will come in and then just address your issue for you. You can also reach out to me. My channel's link will be in the description if you want to reach out to me personally. When you go there, you can find an email to contact me. Let me see. You can come in here. I think when you go to you click somewhere here, something should take you to an about, and then if you want to contact me, this one I'm not signed in, but if you sign in, you can reach me out via an email address over there, and then I can look at your specific problem for you. So that will be all for this tutorial. Thank you very much for your time. I hope once again that you learned a lot, and I'll see you another time, maybe here on my channel with another interesting tutorial. Thank you very much for your time, and it's bye for now. But before we go, let me just play one song. Okay, so I'll get it from my favorites, and I'm feeling happy, of course, because it has worked. And so, yep. Bye for now.